in the morning, you hear the work bell ring, and I'm marching to the table. You see the same old thing, ain't no food up on the table, and the folk up in the bottom. And you better not complain, boy. Get in trouble with the mountain. Oh, let the midnight special shine a light on me. Oh, let the midnight special shine a light on me. Oh, let the midnight special shine a light on me.
Playing all your go-to jams. Go-to jams. Breeze 93.9 FM.
Say I'm the life of the party 'cause I tell a joke or two. Although I might be laughing loud and hard and deep inside I'm blue. So take a good look at my face. You see my smile looks out of place. It's easy to trace the tracks of my tears. Since you left me, if you see me with another girl, see me like I'm having fun. Although she may be cute, she's just a substitute because you're my permanent one. So take a good look at my face. You see my smile looks out of place. If you look closer, it's easy to trace the tracks of my tears. I need you, need you, need you, need you. Oh baby, I need you. Oh baby, I need you. Outside, I'm masquerading. Inside, my hope is fading. Just a cloud. Oh no, you put me down. My smile is my makeup. My wealth is my breakup with you. Baby, 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 take a good look at my face. You see my smile looks out of place. If you look closer, it's easy to trace the tracks of my tears. So take a good look at my face. You see my smile looks out of place. If you look closer, it's easy to trace the tracks of my tears. So take a good look at my face. You see my smile looks out of place. If you look closer, it's easy to trace the tracks of my tears. Così uli di sombranzelten e zu te saluda antes di niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante in todo il memu Logi distancia Gumugubugi palu Zaniman malak Guafi Ikonum nasugi airi Prebatu la noci Nai banderata gaigi Pues atan fanny bandera Kau esta pagua pumalalapa Gilo tanu man libri Sentamiti man ko badi
Fanogi tamoru purita nota Kantai matu nanyagi toru ilugat Para i honra, para i gloria Abiba isla sin parat Para y honra, para y gloria, abiba isla sin parar. Todo y tiempo y paz para kita dan gini langit na bendition. Conchay peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon Conchay peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon 是什么意义？
I ain't no Jimmy Houston on a Spanish fly. I don't go out fishing to kiss my fish goodbye. I love the great outdoors and everything they do, and I wanna see Jimmy Houston kiss my 10-pound wahoo. I woke up early this morning with more gold in my eye. I can hear my dad yelling, grab the net and call the guy. 'Cause I ain't no Jimmy Houston on a Spanish fly. I don't go out fishing to kiss my fish goodbye. I love the great outdoors and everything they do, and I wanna see Jimmy Houston kiss my 10-pound wahoo. So this is a message to all you fishermen. Jimmy Houston catches one fish and I can catch all of them. Spends a lot of money on things that he don't need. All I use for fishing is my net and my 2 feet. 'Cause I ain't no Jimmy Houston on a Spanish fly. I don't go out fishing to kiss my fish goodbye. I love the great outdoors and everything they do, and I wanna see Jimmy Houston kiss my 10-pound wahoo. Came in from fishing, I turned on my TV, turned to channel 35, and guess who I see? I see Mr. Houston, he's waving his goodbye. There goes a big fish and I started to cry. 'Cause I ain't no Jimmy Houston on a Spanish fly. I don't go out fishing to kiss my fish goodbye. I love the great outdoors and everything they do, and I wanna see Jimmy Houston kiss my 10-pound wahoo. To all Jimmy Houston's fans, he's eating steak and I'm eating spam. So please don't let this dish go. I ain't no Jimmy Houston on a Spanish fly. I don't go out fishing to kiss my fish goodbye. I love the great outdoors and everything they do, and I wanna see Jimmy Houston kiss my 10-pound wahoo.
Good morning, Guam. Right on. Good morning. Good morning, Sabrina. How's your ouchie?
It's a little ouchy, but it's getting better. A lot better.
Yeah. Sabrina had a little boo-boo in her ear. Totally not related to listening to my voice for 4 hours every day for the last year and a half.
No, that would be the migraine.
Yeah, that's the migraine. I'm responsible for the headache, but she had was it an ear infection?
Yeah. still
Okay,
weird.
wait. Let's break this down. And I don't think I'm violating any HIPAA laws by saying this, but Bree was having what she thought was a rather alarming, what she thought was an ear infection.
It is.
You're admittedly you're a little bit of a hypochondriac, right?
Yeah.
You tend to get slightly paranoid. Good morning, everybody. So she went to the doctor yesterday.
No, I don't get paranoid, but when people get in your ear about, like, oh, it could be this, it could be that.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm the 0 to brain tumor guy around here. Oh, what's wrong? Your head hurts. Oh man, it's got to be brain tumor.
So she thought it was an ear infection. Went to the ear doctor yesterday.
No, I
and-
went to go see Dr. Hoa.
Yeah, so Dr. Hoa Wen, our friend here on the link, actually saw her directly and said, Bree, your ears are basically perfect. It's just,
no, he said they were too clean.
yeah.
Too clean.
Because Bree comes to my office. I'm the one who provides, like,
Yeah.
like the
So
Q-tips.
it's all Jason's fault, basically, guys.
She uses Q-tips, like, almost every day and goes, I mean, you think they do the swabbing for the COVID test deep?
Yeah.
She cleans her ears so much, she's basically got, like, no wax, so her ear was basically raw.
Yeah. So
Hence the hurting.
Jason is the enabler. Jason hands out the Q-tips here at work.
My bad.
He's like the
Sorry.
Q-tip dealer. You go to Jason, hey man, can I get 2 of those? And it gives you 2. And
No, see, my
and then
thing...
Bree's over there in the corner like, ooh.
My thing is I give you the first 2 for free. Then when you want the next 2 after you like it,
Oh, you got to pay up.
now let's talk business.
So he gets you hooked. So you okay though? You on some meds?
They gave me a little something.
They gave her a little something for the pain.
Okay, can we talk about?
No.
Yeah.
Okay, no, here.
Jay, you're violating
This-
the HIPAA.
This
Sabrina's
is a this
HIPAA.
is a link original right here. World premiere. Dramatic reenactment of Sabrina applying her eardrops, which is Jace, get over here. Yes. Can you put my eardrops in? Because I was gonna tell Chris to do it, but I know he's gonna like screw it up or just like, tease me. I'm like, all right. Here we go. Best friend mode, right? So I go, okay, just hold still. It hurts. I haven't even taken the cap off the medicine.
Yeah,
Bree.
yeah.
Okay, just turn your head, cock your head just like slightly and everything like that. Bloop. Oh my god, it burns! Bree, the thing hasn't even been in for 2 seconds yet. It's still like,
Oh, little
But-
embellishment there.
Little embellishment, not much though.
thank you very much, everybody. Simon Sanchez High School Drama Class, 1990.
Right on. Good morning. It's 6:25, Tuesday, October 19th.
But you are feeling better is the key point.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Feeling good.
And anybody who can rock those kitty cat ears, that's,
Don't Q-tip those ears now, okay? Bree?
yeah, don't Q-tip those ones. Tyler has a, did you get Tyler like a matching
Yes, I
set?
did because I broke her rainbow ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, for anybody, okay, like
We had a
anyone, don't
comment-
freak out on the link.
We had a
Where's the
comment.
rainbow?
Someone commented last week, Bree, are you going to Electric Daisy Carnival with your headphones?
Never
So-
been to an electric carnival.
You never been to an E EDC?
So Tyler's got the exact same set except they're green,
Yes.
and she turns on like her.
Light it up, man.
Yeah.
Turn off the lights, Joe.
All right, here we go.
Is it on?
Yeah. No, it's not.
Is it on?
Yeah, it's
There-
on.
Whoa.
Can I see it?
All right, everybody.
Where's my glow stick?
James
Okay.
Brown is dead.
Oh, I was doing the air horn.
All right,
Hey, lights
guys.
on. Thank you.
Or you could do that like dubstep. It's like, all right, Bree, here we go.
I feel like the lights just
And
came
then the
on.
bass drop. I am so glad dubstep was like a thing for like
Dude,
2 minutes.
dubstep was pretty cool. My son went
I
through a
was
whole
not a fan,
dubstep
I gotta
phase.
admit, I love music, but I was not a dubstep guy.
There, I made a song.
Yeah. Have you ever actually turned up your speaker? You will. I'm not really a conspiracy theorist, but I want to say that dubstep was created by the woofer and tweeter industry to sell more product. Because I swear there were probably so many speakers blown. Yeehaw.
Okay, guys.
All
Six-
right.
Okay,
I'll get
come
a
on.
little serious here.
Let's get serious. Serious, guys. Good morning. It's 6:27. Hey, what's up, Facebook Live? From Wisconsin to Hawaii. Good morning on you guys.
Wisconsin.
What do we got here?
See, some people do stretches in the morning, other people do. That's what we call. That's the link. That's oral calisthenics.
Yeah, someone says I need
We run our
Jason's
mouths.
energy today. Love it.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Agagi, I love the glowing ears. She also says, Jay, she was one of the first students who attended Sanchez when it opened up.
Oh, yeah, that's right, because Liz is from Gigo. So, class of '83. That was the first Sanchez graduating class.
Maggie says, I think Jason's been to too many raves.
Okay,
Were you a
I
raver,
got
bro?
to admit, Maggie, interesting observation, but I have actually never been to a rave. Have you guys?
No.
I've been-
No.
I've
We
been
got-
to house parties. I've been to Okay, and look at me, right?
Not that I recall.
Yeah, well, okay. When I was in high school, I was like 110 pounds, dripping wet, and I tried to go into a mosh pit. Okay, wait. Can I just share a side story with you guys? Maggie, you're gonna love this, right?
Go ahead.
When I was
Yeah,
a
Jay, hold on. Jay, could you please share a side story with us?
Okay, thank you. Permission granted?
Yes.
Okay. When I was a freshman at Sanchez, right?
When I was a freshman at Sanchez.
Is that the Lion King one? When I was a young warthog! Okay. So basically, when I was a young shark, right? Freshman year, they had this thing, talent competition. So of course I played guitar, right? And I played like hair metal, right? So my classmates and I wanted to make this like student band when I was a freshman, right? Here's the poster of me, right? Looking like total McDork, right? Like I was going through my growth spurt. I was completely uncoordinated. And Joe, sir, you might need to use the mobile camera. So here I am, and here's the poster, right?
Oh my god.
Silk shirt, unbuttoned, complete, like, next level dorkery, all right?
Wow.
It's like, please come to the Sanchez, and people actually did come. That's the most shocking thing, to
Wow.
laugh. And then we went out there, and I was 14 years old, and then we're like, you know, I never seen you look so good. You never act the way you should. And we're playing like we're like, and baby, talk dirty to me. And we're like, we didn't even know what the hell we're talking about.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Okay, yeah. So,
Talk dirty like the dump, like the environment.
yeah.
Okay.
So then I got into computers and
drink my-
basically said, okay, I'm just
you
not
didn't
gonna
drink
interact
any
with people.
coffee. I don't know what's up with him this morning.
What do you? Okay, so that was my side story. Wait, what are you talking about? The coffee?
We're
said,
saying,
did you drink my
yeah, 'cause-
coffee?
Oh. All right.
okay.
Pent up energy has been released.
Thank you, Jay.
Thank you, Link Fam, for that stroll down Amnesia Lane.
Yeah, good morning. The link is 6:30. People sponsor this, guys. Pacific Points, Cowboy Enterprises.
Thank you.
Yeah, IT&E.
Oh, Amy Jackson goes, when he was a baby, shark emoji. Oh,
Ah,
thank you.
baby shark.
Oh no, don't do it. Don't do
Sorry,
it.
I'm
Wait,
not-
what
okay.
happened? Okay,
No.
That's gonna- will not stop.
Yeah.
we
my
got
mind,
we
it's
got to
in my
bring
head.
that.
How about that? What does the fox say?
Wait, what
Sorry.
lasted longer, Baby Shark or the Fox thing? Bree's son Brock was huge into that. He came up to me like, how old was he then, Bree?
Babe,
7?
the fox?
Yeah, he
Yeah.
came up to me. He's like, Uncle Jay's tugging at my like shirt. I'm like, yeah, well, what's up, my boy? He's like, what does the fox say? Ding 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 ding. I was like, what the hell are you talking about? And
Yeah.
and at that age, you know, he wouldn't say like this is a thing that's like sweeping. He didn't know about trending topics. He didn't say this is taking YouTube over and everything like that. He was just like, this is a thing.
I gotta say I contributed to that because I must have played that song like 1,000 times a day when it was out.
When Bree's daughter, when Tyler was young, we shepherded her through this like phase. Remember who her crush was, Bree?
Don't.
Jesse McCartney.
Oh wow.
Tyler would come in. And,
want your beautiful soul.
exactly.
That guy? Yeah, I know.
And she was like, Uncle Jace, can I use like
La un cipol, no?
Huh? What's that?
Go
No,
ahead.
she's like, can I use your computer for like YouTube? I was like, well, you just want me to bring a little. I don't want your pretty face. I don't want to turn you on a hope. I was like,
You know when she comes in, she's gonna smack you.
yeah,
right?
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Link Fam, enjoy my face. Like, I mean, I'm nothing to look at right
Yeah,
now. I
okay.
know that, but I may have a black eye tomorrow because
Well, I always tease my daughter that
I love you,
she's
Tyler.
my daughter's like super.
I can say that. I'm the Nino.
My daughter's like super indigenous, Tadung Marianas, but I always tease her that she used to have a crush on Michael Fassbender when she was young.
Michael
That's all.
Fassbender's a great actor.
Yeah,
Okay.
I know. But, you know.
Wait,
Hey.
Amy Jackson is saying, okay, how about, wait, what is this? How about pen, apple, pineapple, pen?
Yeah, it's pineapple, pen.
Whoa, what is that?
There's a song. Pineapple, pen.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
What about stuff that you get? Okay, Bree was,
How about
Bree
we
was
just
really
not?
into.
Good morning, Jay.
What was that game you would play where you slice the fruit?
Fruit Ninja.
Fruit Ninja. She would play that during the news when we would anchor like prime time. She would play that like in between segments. Bree's like, something big is happening at the Department of Education. Here's a KUM reporter with more. And they're like, all right, guys, 2.5 minute story.
Yeah. Now, what's that game you play now, Bree? You play a quieter one. Plays one of these games where it's like.
It has something. Yeah, it's a block game.
It's like a
The mindless game. People in the media, they have to get mindless because there's just so much running
it's a
around
mindless
in
game
here.
that somebody made $3 million off of.
Yeah, and so Bree just sits there and she'll be like, "Dun, dun, 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 dun."
Okay, but
Just like that.
what was your
With
big-
a hurting ear.
Remember when we all played? Okay, even Link fan. Remember when Draw Something was a thing?
Yes.
Remember that mobile game? Draw
Yeah.
Something like took over the entire internet for about 10 days. And a very good friend of ours, like here in the show, Myung Hung left the island, right? Like
Yeah.
He and his
Yeah.
wife, they relocated. But
Yep.
shout out to Myung if you're watching this. Right? He is a professional artist. He worked over at Docomo for a while. He was a creative director. Phenomenal artist. Everybody wanted to add Myung on Draw Something because you would only maybe get like one picture of him. And I can't draw to save my life, right? Myung would give you these like metropolitan art gallery level like pictures and everything. I was like, wow, okay, that's Lady Gaga, that's Godzilla, and these amazing pictures. Whereas I played with Bree and I was like, okay, here's my thing, and I would send it to Bree, and she's like, what is that? I'm like, the Eiffel Tower. She's like, dude, it's 3 lines.
That's Jason Solis. Let's give this guy a hand, man. Way to go. He's grown up with you guys over the years, and he's so glad to be here. It's 6:34.
And now there's OnlyFans.
Right on. Good morning. It's Tuesday, October 19th, 2021, year of the COVID. Coming up on the show, guys, our friends at Three Squares Marketplace. If you're looking for breakfast this morning, swing by, grab you some chicken Kelligwin. They got bread pudding, of course, champolado, all kinds of great local treats. And they're dropping off some stuff this morning as we celebrate Three Squares Marketplace. That happens every Tuesday morning on the link where we get to sample grab-and-go treats like Kelligwin, champolado, latizza,
Is today Champolado Day?
and more. What did I put in the chat? Crab wraps.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
And you can visit Three Squares Marketplace from 7 in the morning to 9 p.m. Guys, they're open in about 25 minutes.
And
So
please tell them if you guys check them out, and we really want you to, if you guys go for the chicken Kelligwin, say the link said the chicken Kelligwin is
oh, it's awesome.
talking about old school things.
Really good. Lemony, there's Dunny in there. So grab some stuff, be the person at your work today that everyone is just going to love.
Before you would say your chicken Kelligwin is da bomb, and then it became chicken Kelligwin is bomb, and now you would say chicken Kelligwin is fire.
Fire.
That's
Revolution.
high praise, man.
Yep.
You put that on Yelp and you say your chicken emoji.
Don't type it, though. You just put the emoji.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there is no emoji for Kelligwin, I don't think.
You can put a lemon, maybe. Lemon and a chicken and a coconut,
coconut,
right?
and
And a
chicken.
knife. Yeah. So, guys, check out Three
Okay.
Squares Marketplace.
Real quick, before we get into news, Link fam, please put in comments right now how you guys would express chicken Kelligwin. And we'll Joe Sir will show like the best ones. Okay, that's your assignment. Ready, go. We need your emoji interpretation of chicken Kelligwin.
Thank you, guys. Good morning, Facebook Live again. We're going to KUM TV at 8 o'clock. And right now, though, let's go ahead and get into our first newscast of the day on this Tuesday, October 19th. Here's who's coming up on the show this morning. Senator Sabina Perez had sent out a release relative to open pit burning, so we'll talk about that this morning. Mayor Kevin Susuico of Hoggett joins the show. They're doing a village clinic tomorrow, Bree.
Yes, they are.
So he's coming on about that. Also, Jesse Kanga, the Guam Ethics Commission Executive Director. I was kind of looking, and it's been a while since he's come on, and so I don't know what the update is, if you can now file ethics complaints, but definitely I think there's a lot of things you could file some complaints about. So stay tuned for that coming up 7:30. Also, Bob Kelly, St. John's, and then we'll talk with Miss Yvonne Insiang, the Chief Administrator, St. Paul's. Just kind of find out how things are going at those a couple of schools as we prepare for our Wednesday interview with Public School Superintendent John Fernandez. That happens on Wednesday. All right, that's happening. Also, we'll break bread this morning with the Youth Congress. And we're getting Kate Baltazar of Payless to come in and talk about the Payless Community Foundation community micro grants that are available, guys. So,
By the way, her podcast that she came on like last week, One with Grief, is doing phenomenally. So thank you guys for downloading that. And I know Kate really put her heart and soul into that, and she really appreciates it.
that's right. And you can find that on the KUAM Podcast Network, along with some great content to include the Taltamono Tales podcast. We're dropping a new episode tomorrow, so stay tuned for that. And check out the KUAM Podcast Network. It's all over. It's on Apple Podcasts, Spotify.
Amazon Music, Audible.
Yep.
Okay. We do have a celebrity, a member of the family in more ways than one here. Chris, your better half.
Nice.
The very first person, Maria, jumped into our comments when we said, how would you express chicken Kelligwin? The chicken emoji and the penguin emoji. Kelligwin, penguin.
I got it. Very clever.
Very creative, Maria.
Be a day.
Blow her a kiss or
Chicken.
do something. That's net.
Chicken Kelligwin. I got you. It's 6:39.
Take care out there, Maria.
Yeah, be safe. Let's do the news now. First look at news brought to you by Pacific Points with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Sabrina Sauce Matanati. Good morning, Sabrina.
Off it, everybody. The island recorded its 223rd COVID-19 related fatality. According to the Joint Information Center, the death occurred at JRMC on the 15th. The patient was a 68-year-old man. He was vaccinated with underlying health conditions. He tested positive on October 6th. The JIC also reports 52 people are hospitalized for COVID. Additionally, there are 2 pediatric admissions. 11 patients are receiving ICU level of care, while 9 are on a ventilator. The JIC also reports that out of the 52 hospitalized, 22 are vaccinated, 29 are unvaccinated, 1 is ineligible to receive a shot. Public Health reports 91 new cases of COVID. To date, there have been a total of 16,991 officially reported cases. Again, 223 deaths. 2,562 people are in isolation, and 14,206 have recovered. The CAR score continuing to drop. It is now at 17.5. To date, a total of 122,240, that's 89.6% of Guam's eligible population, is fully vaccinated. The Guam Department of Education on Monday confirmed 4 positive COVID-19 cases involving students and 1 employee. The student cases were identified at Estumbo Elementary School. There's 1 case there, 2 at Upi Elementary, and 1 at Weddingale Elementary. The employee case was identified at Simon Sanchez High School. GDOE's daily reports are for students who are enrolled in the face-to-face model of learning and who have attended classes during the time in which they have been confirmed positive by Public Health. Meanwhile, the Archdiocese of Agana reports 8 new Catholic school students positive for COVID. The cases were identified at St. Anthony Catholic School. There are 5 cases there, 1 at Notre Dame High School, and 1 at Bishop Bumgarner Memorial Catholic School, and 1 at Dominican Catholic School. Former Secretary of State and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Colin Powell, has died. The 84-year-old died of complications from COVID. He was fully vaccinated but battled underlying conditions. Meg Oliver takes a look at Powell's extraordinary life of service.
When President Bush appointed Colin Powell as Secretary of State, he became the highest-ranking African-American official in the history of the United States. His was a true American success story. His parents were Jamaican immigrants who raised him in the South Bronx. After graduating from the City College of New York, he took an Army commission and served in Vietnam. He rose in the ranks, becoming a general, and was appointed the head of the National Security Council by President Ronald Reagan. More honors were to follow. During the next administration, President George Herbert Walker Bush made Powell chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff, the highest military position in the Defense Department. Again, Powell was the first African American to hold the post. Operation Desert Storm in 1991 made Powell an even more familiar face.
Our strategy to go after this army is very, very simple. First, we're going to cut it off.
When he retired from the Army, Powell wrote his autobiography and chaired America's Promise, a nonprofit organization dedicated to building character in young people. There was speculation he might run for president, but his wife Alma was against it. Then Powell was called upon by George W. Bush.
I am honored to be given the opportunity to return to public service as the 65th Secretary of State.
Though initially opposed to the idea, Powell agreed to go along with the Bush administration's plan to forcibly overthrow Saddam Hussein. Using his greatest asset, his popularity with the public, he went before the United Nations and the world to build a case for invading Iraq.
Saddam Hussein and his regime are concealing their efforts to produce more weapons of mass destruction.
Later, after the United States was firmly entrenched in the war, inaccuracies were found in Powell's speech, and the Bush administration said it acted on faulty intelligence. Powell admitted the UN speech was a painful blot on his record and pushed for reform in the intelligence community.
I'm so proud that I have had this chance to serve my nation.
In 2008, the longtime Republican made news when he endorsed Barack Obama for president. Powell spent his final years in the private sector, but he remained vocal on political issues that were important to him. Meg Oliver, CBS News, New York.
After serving as the CEO of Guahan Academy Charter School for 3 years, Dr. Judy Wampat has confirmed in an interview with KUAM Monday that she is resigning for personal reasons. While Wampat is leaving GACS, she says she will continue to serve in the community as a victims advocates reaching out, or Vero Guam, among other organizations. GACS board appointed its Dean of Secondary Education, Linda Hernandez Avila, as school principal. They are also in the process of hiring an assistant principal. Dr. Wampat's last day to serve as the Chief Executive Officer for the Home of the Starfish is on Wednesday, November 3rd. The Guam Department of Education will be hosting 3 virtual community input sessions this week via Zoom. The Policy Review and Strategic Planning Committee will provide updates to the draft strategic plan covering curriculum, parent engagement, student safety, facilities, and finance. Parents will have the opportunity to ask questions and express concerns to education leaders at the virtual sessions. The sessions are scheduled by districts Wednesday through Friday at 6 p.m. It will also be live streamed on GDOE's Facebook page. You can check out more on our website for more information. With more news now, here is Daniel Perez.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafre and good morning, everyone. I'm Daniel Perez with your headlines here on The Link. Relief is finally here for the long waiting list at the pandemic homeless shelter in Maiti. A second facility has opened up in Tamuning to take in those who were turned away from the first one. Nestor Lacanto reports.
I'm here at the Tamuning Plaza Hotel, which is the site of the new homeless shelter. We were told we were not allowed inside for privacy reasons, but we did manage to speak to a couple of folks who are approved applicants for the facility. Janice Cruz and Robert Perez say they applied at the Global Dorm in Maiti, but there was no room at the time.
I appreciate it very much because I'm being fed breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and I'm actually sleeping in a bed after almost 6 years.
It's a good place. Before I was staying here as a client, I was just going places to places, abandoned buildings, sidewalks, bus stops, and anywhere that I could sleep.
The new COVID emergency shelter has been dubbed Lehang Sinafu, or Safe Shelter. It provides another 40 rooms for the homeless, an obvious improvement to living on the streets.
Being homeless without really no resource or support, living off of the very basic like federal funding assistance like food stamp, it's hard, when you don't have anybody to call out to, and when you have people that are here willing to shelter you and feed you, because that's the very basic things we need to sustain life. But we can only appreciate it unless, you can have other options. And right now, the options for me came to this point. So
it had helped me to open my eyes on a lot of things, because before I never knew how to do anything for myself. It was always my mom doing it, or if I ask questions to my friends or whatever, they're the one. So it feels good to know that I could actually do something for myself and for my mom.
The second shelter comes more than a year after the first one was opened. The lieutenant governor led a task force that tapped Catholic Social Services to once again manage it. Meanwhile, Manielo will conduct case management operations focused on life skills and employment training. GURA funded the program through the CARES Act provided by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. But Perez might sum it up best for the homeless applicants.
I'm just thankful I found a place.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lacanto.
And funding for a local employment assistance program known as LEAP is about halfway there. The governor has pledged $25 million from American Rescue Plan funds to help prop up struggling businesses. Now it's up to the legislature to come up with the other half.
Tourism Committee Chairperson Amanda Shelton is planning a public hearing soon on a bill to appropriate the other $25 million from the general fund. GHRA President Mary Rhodes encourages companies to turn out and support it, especially those from the hard-hit tourism industry.
There's a huge loss that everybody's expecting to continue to have through 2022. So it's really important we stabilize our economy and lay the groundwork for economic recovery and help bring the jobs back, and specifically within the tourism industry.
Jay Merrill of Market Research Associates, also an optional tour company owner, says they did a study which shows a 66% drop-off in business tax revenue between the comparison year of 2017 and 2020.
What we discovered was pretty shocking. What we discovered was if we took the median of all businesses on the island, tourism businesses were hurt by a factor of 1/3 more. But it is important to see what we can do to bridge the period of time where folks are right now experiencing tremendous hardship to when visitors can start to come back.
Steve Kasperbauer of Alupang Beach Club and John Uggan of Karetan Carabao are just two examples.
We're just really optimistic still because throughout this whole process, Guam has been a very, I would say, we have our different opinions, but I think we've been united as Team Guam.
Yes, the business is business, but with all its employees, and those employees are the people of Guam, Tautau, then, we're going to have a hard time making a full recovery or a semi-civil recovery because it affects everybody on the island.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Licanto.
The Mayor's Council of Guam, in partnership with Public Health, held another booster clinic in the village of Humatag. Here's more. This morning, we made our way down south to see how the booster clinic was going at the Humatag Mayor's office. Village Mayor Johnny Kinata.
It's kind of slow down here, as you, I can't tell you how slow it is, but it's pretty slow for now. I don't know, most of my people got shot Moderna.
Even though the clinic was held in the southern village, residents from other villages showed up to get their booster shots as well.
I spoke to one from Zonia and one from Maritzo, and I'm pretty sure most of them are from Maritzo. I think only 3 from Umatic so far.
With the booster clinic taking place around the island, Mayor Kinata encourages island residents to avail the opportunity.
Now they're using the mayor's office to give the shots, so make that opportunity to come and get the shots. Nobody's going to be pushed away. If you're willing to come down this far to get a booster shot instead of waiting and get in line in a long line, this is the best place to come because there's no line. You just come, you just put your name on the paper and then get shot and then wait 15 minutes and you're gone.
Malasu resident Shirley Lumbang accompanied Bert Lumbang.
It's the third booster shot, and he has the Pfizer, so it was required, and plus he's 76 and sickly. So, of course, we have to get the shots, be safe.
20 residents came for their Pfizer booster shot. The next booster clinic will be held at the Hoggett Gym on October 20. The clinic will be open from 8:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. You can schedule your appointment by calling your respective village mayor's office. As we reported, the Pfizer booster shot is for those who have completed their 2-dose series with the Pfizer vaccine at least 6 months ago and are 65 years and older. Department of Corrections Director Joe Carbolito confirms that investigation is underway after a complaint was filed against the warden, Alan Borja. Carbolito could not say the nature of the complaint other than it was filed last week by an employee from the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KOAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more. Get more.
And in other news, Governor Lulian Gross signed Bill 130 into law. The new law establishes a new local war claims program to accommodate an estimated 700 claimants who missed out on the first time around. The administration established a similar program in January of last year to expedite more than 1,000 payments for those who were still waiting on the Federal War Claims Commission. According to the law, the administration has up to 30 calendar days to transmit a plan for the payment of locally adjudicated claims. The law also further authorizes the governor to transfer such funds as is necessary to pay what is rightfully owed to war survivors. In crime news, a 61-year-old man is in ICU at Naval Hospital after being shot twice with a bow and arrow to the back. Facing attempted murder is Joaquinson Nicholas Guile Jr. According to court documents, police responded to an assault at a home in Manilao Sunday. They found the victim with an open puncture wound and then an arrow lodged in his lower back. Guile was identified by a witness as the person who shot the victim. He lives in a container home on the property. Inside, police found 2 bows and 28 arrows. Court documents state Guile admitted to shooting an intruder, but after the second shot, he realized it was a relative that was in disguise, was stalking him, and allegedly tried to kill him on previous occasions. Aside from attempted murder, Guile also faces charges of aggravated assault. He is also on pretrial release for a 2019 case involving terrorizing and use of a deadly weapon. In that case, a judge ordered that he not possess any deadly weapons. An argument turned violent. A 26-year-old man was arrested for an incident that occurred in Talafofo on Sunday. Jonathan Michael Martinez is accused of arguing with a woman and then punching her on her left ear. He then allegedly shot a 60-year-old woman twice in the leg with a pellet gun and delivered a roundhouse kick to her face. Martinez faces charges of aggravated assault and family violence. The Guam Memorial Hospital is suspending a longtime Halloween tradition, citing safety precautions during the COVID pandemic. GMH will not be offering free x-rays or Halloween treats this year. In an announcement, the hospital said it does so with great sadness and hopes and prays that it'll be able to welcome everyone back next year. GMH also wishes everyone a safe and happy Halloween. With your news in Chamorro, here's Ken Concepcion.
Buenos updates to get some to be sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Direktor del Department of Corrections si Joe Carbolito sa konfirman na gawa investigasyon matsotsogwi ani mafayo complaint kontra Warden Alan Borja. Ilinga sa Carbolito na tisina masasangan pod este na complaint. Lo mensahe na gimapos na semana na mafayo este ni un empleo ni Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center. Mas asunto, ang responde Guam Police Department pudat baroto giza Mangilaw ani man maagang sa si James Pangilinan Jr. 29 anos na edad. Makihaja na espanta na mesaw ang Palawan ni Atungwa. Ibiktima sa report na nakikizao si Pangilinan. Pero fasotso, siya sukat isi-said niya sa sanganin na paroy nito na gagaw niya. Gimas ma-report ni GPD na tiestya na bumuidos sa si Pangilinan na patmadagi fasunya Palawan sa sobnay kinananya Palawan. Matsaki po ng pitong familia sa ni Manispanta. Gimas artikulo ng Departamento ng Edukasyon sa paramanagaha 3 na okasyon virtual community input bago na semana NPA Zoom na manera. Policy Review and Strategic Planning Committee sa para mapresenta update siya gazi draft na strategic plan per curriculum inadbat ni manayna seguridad estudyante facilidad sa ni finance na artikulo siya. Imanayna sa siyempre man manayo oportunidad para ma-fight ang kwestiyon niya siya dan para ma-express ang problema siya gati man maga sa edukasyon. Giesti siya na virtual session para ma-schedule session siya por distrito Mercury sa Betis galasais ipupuengi. Ma-stream lo ko esti siya na session gizon niya i-GDOE na play on Facebook. Sino umala mag-gizon mami na website no kuam.com para mas informasyon. YouTube na sunto gin ni KUAM News para pago na Martes, igwa memorial na hospital sa para masuspende di hags tradisyon Halloween. Sa pudi seguridad sa ninadahi sa gunay durante ni COVID-19 na pandemic, te para managwa pago na sakan. Aji para fan ba x-ray siya ikandi pat otro siya na kosas Halloween. Ganun siya niya, iling niya naman sentes ganaw siya, na te para matsogi esti. Loma ala hamon, sa mata zuzuti na makontinuya esti na tradisyon gi otro sakan. Mamalago lo ki igwa memorial na hospital, no masangani todi tao-tao, no fan Safuzo magosay manag of Halloween. Para Guam News Network, Gualsikin Concepcion. Yasuto ifinut sa moro sa presenta sa ninafato ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Hey, good morning. It's 6:57. Refresh Guam is the island's newest digital hub. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook for truly local content and daily giveaways. Once again, Pepsi's Refresh Guam.
Refresh Guam, truly local.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Join KUAM every Wednesday on Primetime for Inside Business. It's our new weekly segment featuring the struggle of Guam's businesses during this global pandemic. We'll hear from industry leaders about the difficult decisions they were forced to make to implement cutoffs, layoffs, and shorten hours just to survive. It's the other side effect of COVID, the island's economic crisis. We'll also feature new businesses that managed to open and thrive during these challenging times. It's Inside Business every Wednesday on KUAM News Primetime.
The Totomortna Tales. October on the KUAM Podcast Network.
Breast cancer is the second leading cause of cancer death in women. The chances that a woman will die of breast cancer is about 1 in 38. Although there is no sure way to prevent breast cancer, there are certain things that you can do, such as eat healthier and exercise. For more information about breast cancer, go to the American Cancer Society's website at cancer.org. Also, on October 22nd, we invite you to think pink by wearing the color pink on that day in solidarity of our breast cancer survivors and warriors.
This pink message is brought to you in partnership with Ordot Dental Clinic, joining the fight against cancer in honor of brave warriors, survivors, and their families. Island Cancer Center and American Cancer Society. This holiday season, we're once again bringing together the island's largest array of local vendors for a special innovative way for you to shop, broadcast, and go digital with Team KUAM. Join us on Sunday, November 28th for the annual Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Market at 12 noon on KUAM TV8 and the KUAM News Facebook page, plus additional show times through December 11th. We'll also be featuring vendors daily with posts with QR codes and links on our social media pages beginning Monday, November 29th, and hosting an exclusive Christmas Pops website for your one-stop shopping. It's a safe and convenient way for you to shop local this holiday season. To reserve your spot, email promotions@kuam.com today. Virtual space is limited.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. All you have to do is listen to the link during the month of October, and when prompted, call 671-637-0094 with the answer to the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. Winner will receive a gift certificate from our participating pizza parlors and a 12-pack of Pepsi, brought to you locally by Pepsi.
Pacific Matters is a half-hour news, culture, and lifestyle show focused on issues that impact Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, and the larger Pacific region. Join Tomas Maglonia every Monday to discuss politics, trends, and take a deep dive into the issues changing our island home. Because what happens in the Pacific matters.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KYM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
Man, good morning.
Okay, I got an update for you, Chris, from the world of sports. Shout out to my Lady Sharks because last night they defeated your GW Geckos in 4 sets in girls volleyball, thanks to head coach and my opposite in our days in PIVA, Coach Richard Tamunda.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so go Lady Sharks.
Right
We'll have
on.
that tonight on Sports with
Lady Sharks. Lady Sharks. 707. Good morning, guys. Tuesday, October 19th. This is The Link. Proudly brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. Let's head down to Hoggett, where we have Mayor Kevin Siswico standing by in the KUAM News Link Zoom room. Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning, Hafaday KUAM, Hafaday Guam, Hafaday Hoggett.
We wanted to bring you on because I know that DPHSS is having a village clinic in Hoggett tomorrow, so wanted to get you on just to get the word out, Mayor.
Sure. Thank you so much for for allowing us to come on and to share the the update for our vaccination clinic. It's actually in tandem and together with the village of Santa Rita Sumay. So it will be hosted here in our municipality at the Hoggett Gym, and it'll begin from 8:30 to 1:30. And for those that will be coming, as a reminder, please bring your vaccination cards as well as your IDs. We're also doing something different on the outside of the gym. Hopefully we get good weather for those that may feel that they have any kind of symptoms. We'll be offering testing also at that same site. So it's kind of an all-in-one clinic for tomorrow. So inside the gym, again, we'll be hosting the vaccination, and on the outer side of the gym, closer towards the Marshall A. Sablon, we'll be hosting testing, so that way it's not commingled. And so if the Manamco, most especially the seniors, those that have received your vaccination about 6 months ago, if you have not already scheduled for tomorrow, please do so by contacting either the Santa Rita Mayor's office or our office to try and get a slot for tomorrow. Again, we do welcome everybody to come down, and it is on a first come first serve for those that may not have been able to schedule a time slot for that.
Mayor, I know the turnout in Humatec yesterday was a little light. What type of turnout are you anticipating in Hoggett tomorrow?
It's always we look for a nice, hopeful and a positive turnout every time we host these clinics down here. Of course, it takes a lot of manpower and a lot of organization from public health to do this. So we really reach out to those Manamco especially, and those that maybe that don't have the the transportation available to go over to Mingilao to get their vaccination done. To please take advantage of what it is that we've organized to put into the municipality, because it's difficult again for us to try and bring this back down to our village if we don't show that there are numbers or people that are willing to come out and either get tested or get vaccinated. And especially going out to our people, we've had in the recent few weeks hit a few hot spots in our municipality. So again, please, this is for our protection, not only for ours, but for your family too as well. So please, let's take advantage of this.
That's right, Mayor. You had a couple of significant clusters in Hoggett, right?
We did, and thankfully, everybody was cleared, and nobody was sent to the hospital. But we try and prevent that, and this is the reason why we're reaching out to to public health and to the governor's office to please let's bring things down to our area, so that way again the families that couldn't go and get the vaccine shots, and that's exactly what had happened. And so especially for those that may have transportation issues, this is your opportunity to just take advantage of this program that's being hosted here at our Hoggett Gym.
Mayor, do you anticipate more people coming out for vaccination and booster or testing?
It's actually, I hope both. I hope we get a good turnout for both. But it seems like the vaccination, when we looked into it yesterday, it looks like the numbers were filling up quite fast. Again, because of the joint villages between Santa Rita and Hoggett. So it looks like the vaccination may be a little bit more busier than the testing, but at least it's being offered for testing. And it's an opportunity again for those that may feel any kind of symptoms that, please, it's being offered down here, and, let's make use again of the services being offered.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I have a question, if I may, because Mayor Jesse Allig was telling us yesterday that, obviously there is a grand plan to make these clinics as streamlined as possible, but he also said it's very positively being like an iterative approach, and like every clinic, the previous clinic will tell the next clinic, here are some of the maybe like the issues or things that you can anticipate as far as maybe communications or logistics or parking situations. So did Mayor Johnny Kanata reach out to you already and say, Hey, Mayor, here's some of the things that we learned yesterday. These are some of the things you might want to look out for.
I have not spoken to Mayor Bada with regards to their vaccination clinic, but this is not the first time that we're actually hosting for our gymnasium, and not the first time that we've done our testing site. So the folks at Public Health have been really, they've been able to reach out to us just about, for any single, every question. As a matter of fact, even throughout the weekend, they were doing a walkthrough of the gym to make sure that, everything is ready to go for tomorrow. So we're here to assist them, and, they're here to assist us. So it only works that well when you start to collaborate and make sure that everything goes through for that day. So we're hopeful. I think we have sufficient amount of parking during this time, because then, the school, Marshall Sablan actually only uses the front part of their school, and then we still have the parking in front of the church, Mount Carmel Church. So I think we should be okay for tomorrow.
Yeah, no worries whatsoever, Mayor.
Let's hope for great weather, every time it rains, that's what kind of discourages people from coming out.
Yeah.
It's raining today, and so we'll hope for sunshine tomorrow at least during the clinic.
Right on, Mayor. Anything in closing you want to add before we let you go?
Again, we remind everybody, not only the people of Hoggett, to just please remain safe and practice our social distancing, and whenever and as much as you can sanitize. We can only beat this if we're doing it together. And so again, thank you so much for KUAM to for allowing us to come on today to share the word of what will happen tomorrow. And we look forward to seeing those for a good turnout tomorrow down here in our municipality.
Right on. Viva Hoggett!
Viva! They always run a real tight ship.
Yeah, Mayor. Mayor, when are we going to do the Mango Festival again? Are we looking next year?
I sure hope so. And then that it's been we missed it for 2 years, and we hope that we're able to have our Mango Festival next year. If not, then we plan and try. It's hard to downscale. You know? So it's kind of Mango Festival is just so huge. It's kind of hard for us to downscale to anything smaller than what we already have here in our location.
Right.
The next plan after, in our last Mango Festival was to put it out in the water.
Yeah. I'm down. I got my Speedos. Mayor, just before you, we do let you go, I wanted to ask, God, what was I going to ask you again? Halloween. What's the plans for Halloween with Hoggett?
Oh, this Halloween, we will do the same as we did last year, so that way the kids are protected. We still want to go out and and show for the Halloween time, and what we'll do is we'll decorate our trailers and kind of create our floats on it, and go around with our officials and do our candy run, similar to what we do during the Christmas time. So no need to come to our office like we normally do. We normally set it down here for a really big Halloween extravaganza, but due to the COVID times, we want to make sure that everyone's safe, most especially the kids. This year, again, we'll be going around on Friday the 29th to go around with our candy run with our staff and with our MPC.
Right on. Thank you, Mayor. Let us know if we need to get the word out before Halloween about that. We're done.
Yes, thank you so much. Zeus Masi again.
Of course, Hagamas. That's the Mayor Kev Siswico of Hoggett. It's 7:16. Quick break. And we're coming back with Senator Sabina Perez right here on The Link. Good morning.
Take in the panoramic beauty of our island each Sunday on the KUM News Instagram with Scenic Sundays. Scroll through the natural beauty of the island on display. Scenic Sundays on the KUM News Instagram is brought to you by Addis Trust and Investment, Location, Service, Trust, and Haagen-Dazs Shops Guam, where every day is made extraordinary.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
Breast cancer is the second leading cause of cancer death in women. The chances that a woman will die of breast cancer is about 1 in 38. Although there is no sure way to prevent breast cancer, there are certain things that you can do, such as eat healthier and exercise. For more information about breast cancer, go to the American Cancer Society's website at cancer.org. Also, on October 22nd, we invite you to think pink by wearing the color pink on that day in solidarity of our breast cancer survivors and warriors.
This pink message is brought to you in partnership with Ordot Dental Clinic, joining the fight against cancer in honor of brave warriors, survivors, and their families. Island Cancer Center and American Cancer Society.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapaco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Marianas Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on, so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Call 637-0094. Breeze 93.9 FM.
See you live every minute, every day and night, and I want you to know.
Hey, good morning.
Whatever you do, wherever you go, remember someone loves you, honey.
Parker Yobe.
No matter what, just want you to be my girl.
We'll be going to the CNMI a little bit later with Tomas Maglotnia. We actually made history yesterday, Jay, with a live broadcast from the CNMI on our KUAM newscast.
Yeah, we did a live shot, and even some of the guys in the back, they were kind of like joking because, we set that up. We did like a test of the live shot ahead of time.
Yeah.
And they were saying the signal from Saipan looked better than when we do like some of the live shots like in some of the mountainous areas. I mean, it's a signal thing, so it's
7:21. Man, some of those stories Sabrina was reading in the news, Joe, like, oh, what the hell? What is going on? There's a story about a guy who shot, allegedly, shot a 60-year-old woman in the leg twice with a pellet gun, and then he roundhouse kicked her in the head. I'd like to see him try that on someone young and healthy and strong. You know what I mean? Just shameful. And then there was another story here, and we'll talk about this a little bit later.
The bow and arrow one?
Yeah, the bow and arrow. What the hell? I got it. Yeah, I actually bought my kids a bow and arrow for Christmas. A 61-year-old man is in the intensive care unit at Naval Hospital after being shot twice with a bow and arrow to the back. Can you imagine running, knowing someone's going to shoot you with a button, tensing up for that? Oh, my God. According to court documents, police responded to an assault at a home in Mungie Town, not so Mungie. They found the victim with an open puncture wound and an arrow lodged in his lower back. Joaquin St. Nicholas Guile Jr. was identified by a witness as the person who shot the victim. He lives in a container home on the property. Inside, police found 2 bows and 28 arrows. Call him Brown Arrow. Court documents state Guile admitted to shooting an intruder, but after the second shot, he realized it was a relative that was in disguise, stalking him and allegedly tried to kill him on previous occasions. Aside from attempted murder, Guile also faces charges of aggravated assault He's also, this is what gets me, he's also on pretrial release for a 2019 case involving terrorizing and use of a deadly weapon. In that case, a judge ordered that he not possess any deadly weapons. So my question is, whose job is it to go check on this guy? Is it the marshals? Are they supposed to be checking on these people who are on this pretrial release? And then how many times do we see this in the news where it's like you got someone who's on pretrial release and then they go commit a crime, and then later on you see them in the news, they're on pretrial release for committing that other crime that they did while they were on pretrial release. So do they just sit around and get tattoos and lift weights, or they actually go out and check on these knuckleheads? Good morning, it's 7:23. Tuesday, October 19th. Let's switch gears just a little bit and head into the KUAM News Zoom room where we have Environment Chair, Senator Sabina Parrish. She's also the oversight for Rev and Tax and Department of Labor and Procurement. But we're going to start with Environment first with Senator Sabina Parrish. Senator, you had a hearing on Friday. This is pretty crucial. And so this hearing was on open pit burning. Now, the military, is it, Senator, which branch? Is it just DOD in general, or is it Air Force? Or
This is Anderson Air Force Base, which put in a permit renewal application for open burn, open detonation. So the comment period had closed, but I wanted to raise awareness about the existence of this open burn, open detonation pit in the northern part of Guam, which is closest to one of our most populous villages, Jigo and Dedido, who are going to be most directly impacted from this. And so this permit has been renewed every 3 years. I believe since 1980 was the very beginning of it. So they had open burn and open detonation. The open burning was decommissioned, or it was halted in 2002, and they're seeking to renew this open burn permit, which is very open burn and open detonation permits, which are very concerning considering it's old technology. It's based on dirty technology, which has been replaced by safer, cleaner technologies that other communities are using. Being that this is an application for renewal, I think it was very important to bring this to light and prevent any kind of further contamination of our environment. Some of the chemicals that are permitted under this application would be strontium and uranium, which we all know is carcinogenic. In addition to that, dioxin is known to be released in many of these open burn sites, which is also highly carcinogenic in very small quantities, as well as being an endocrine disruptor. And these chemicals last in the environment for many, many, many years. The other thing was PFAS. So PFAS is an emerging pollutant, and we are learning that PFAS cannot break down naturally in the environment. That's by design.
Yeah.
And so they cause huge health effects at very small quantities, 70 parts per trillion. And some of those things are, it affects the immune system. It can affect pregnant women. It affects our thyroids. Many people of Guam have thyroid issues.
Yeah.
And not only that, particulate matter. Particulate matter is known to exacerbate asthma. It can bring on asthmatic attacks and potentially affect the heart. So these are very serious. It's a very serious application. It has serious adverse effects on our community and our environment. And I wanted to bring to light these issues, and hopefully we can prevent this from happening. The comment period had closed, but I think, I was requesting Guam EPA that they reopen the comment period. This is a 300-page document. Many people are not aware of its existence, let alone the permit application. So yeah, if anything we can do, I think also a lot of this water, so there's open detonation pits are known to contaminate the groundwater, and also the air as well for those communities in close proximity. So a lot of this water would end up in our oceans, which affects the fish. I think it's really critical that EPA really kind of takes a look at this, really a closer look, and really advocate for the protection of our environment and our people.
Right, Senator. So, I mean, I get it, right? Open pit burning, bad, because all the uranium, strontium, and all that stuff. But when you say that the permit is up for renewal, right? But I know that we had discussed that this hasn't been done on island since 2002, or the military doesn't do open pit burning since 2002. So if they're renewing the permit, my question was, has there been open pit burning occurring over the years on island?
So according to the informational hearing I had, the open burning part was not used. The open burning unit was not used since 2002, but the open detonation has been continually used, and that also can release uncontrolled emissions, such as these chemicals that I mentioned earlier. But there is current technology. Static detonation chambers is one of them. There are many alternatives that have been recognized not only by US EPA, but also Department of Defense. And in the permit itself, it mentioned that they were not going to look into alternatives because they think it was not safe. Well, that is not the case. That is not accurate, because there are communities that have been reviewed by the Department of Defense as being safe, and they're currently being implemented. They have been implemented for many years. So I think it's disingenuous that the military put that down, knowing that full well that they've approved applications for safer technology. This is a small island. We only have one aquifer. This open pit unit, open burn unit, and open detonation units are very in close proximity to it, in addition to a lot of the wildlife that exists up there.
And Senator, so I know you had your informational hearing Friday. I did want to get Guam EPA on relative to this open pit burning. Hopefully this week it'll work out. But I know you had sent a couple letters, one to Guam EPA Administrator Walter Leon Guerrero, and another one to our governor, Lou Leon Guerrero, relative to this open pit burn subject. What do you track with those letters?
I'm sorry, what do I track with them, or what do I expect to get out of them?
Yeah, same thing.
Yeah, so, really the quickest route is to talk to the decision makers, namely the administrator of Guam EPA. So Guam is unique because we have we were delegated, or at least Guam EPA was delegated the authority to review these hazardous permits. Unlike in Saipan, US EPA reviews those permits. In Saipan, they do not have open burning permits. They only have open detonation permits. Here on Guam, we have open burn and open detonation. I think it's really egregious that we continue to have an open burn permit when there are safer technologies, and we want to protect our people and our environment. I think it's critical that we deny the open burning permit. And in addition to that, it was very clear from the informational hearing, there was no compliance schedule. They were basically, Guam EPA is relying on an honor system of the military to report any kind of incidents. There was maybe annually just one inspection with Guam EPA, and maybe another with US EPA. But considering that this is dirty technology, it's not acceptable. The other thing is the groundwater monitoring plan is not rigorous enough to capture any kind of contaminants being released. And to my understanding, there isn't any air monitoring either happening in this permit. So that's very concerning.
Yeah, I mean, to say the least. But what do you think, though? It's the military. You think they're just going to approve it anyway, or is there any chance they deny this permit? And then I wanted to ask, if they do deny this permit, does the Air Force have those other technologies that you're talking about available on island?
So they don't have the technology currently, but on island, but this is something that can be worked out, I believe. I think, again, Guam EPA has the authority to either deny or approve, modify the permit. And this is a 3-year cycle. They can basically hold Anderson to, plan to phase in this technology. And we need to do it before, we get further exposed to these chemicals. A lot, cancer is the second highest cause of death on Guam. We need to do better.
Yeah. I mean, clearly, obviously, You're right on this. Senator, I wanted to switch gears a little bit. Procurement, can you put on your procurement oversight hat? Okay, I'll give you a second to get that right on. So, financial management system. The timeline on this is there was an emergency declaration in I want to say November last year. They had put it with the chief procurement officer. They then moved the procurement over to the Department of Administration. And this is to procure a brand new financial management system, which Administration Director Ed Byrne has said is very important, especially when it comes to a lot of according to Mr. Byrne, a lot of the reporting requirements associated with this ARP money. So where are we with this? I'm going to be a little snarky here. This so-called emergency procurement that has stretched for, it's almost been a full year, Senator.
Yeah, so the latest, I haven't heard any updates on the progress of it, but I did have a public hearing regarding Bill 182, which would limit sole source procurement. And one of the topics that was discussed was the increased use of sole source for technology. And so Director Byrne was present, and he stated that the better direction to go in is open source type of procurement. So, he's aware that being potentially locked into a contract, when, technology is moving very quickly. And so it's my hope that, putting this into practice, that he's looking at the broader long-term effect of procurement and seeing that, maybe incorporating this idea of open source versus sole source, right? When it comes to technology, especially now, we're becoming more dependent on it. So yeah, I need to follow up with Director Byrne on the progress of that.
Are you concerned at all? Because I know that we've definitely had some issues with emergency procurement during this pandemic, and this kind of just seems like, we're going on a year.
Oh, absolutely. I did have an informational hearing on the emergency procurements from last, the pandemic, during the pandemic. Yeah, that's something definitely I'm very interested in following up with regards to this financial management system. And again, I do hope that Director Byrne is looking at the longer term, where instead of sole source, he's looking at open source type of systems. The other thing too is I believe that Ernst & Young is doing a review of our internet or interconnections infrastructure, our information infrastructure related to DRT. I definitely would like to follow up with these agencies to ensure that there is an interconnectivity with the what they're procuring as far as information technology. So yeah, this is something that I would need to follow up on.
Wait, what did you say? Interconnectivity between agencies and Department of Rev and Tax. Is this something to do with Rev and Tax talking to DOA in terms of like direct deposits and checks? Because we heard there's been some issues with direct deposits for some of the, I don't know if it's child tax credit or All Rise. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, so this has been a chronic issue. Even though Department of Treasury is located within Department of Revenue and Taxation, their systems don't communicate to each other. In addition to other agencies such as Department of Land Management, agencies that need to be connected to the DRT are not connected. And so there is an audit being conducted, or a study being conducted, to see where they can improve these services or improve their service through greater information technology that interconnects these agencies. Yeah, for the listening audience, it's kind of interesting how, you could be paying your bill at Department of Treasury, but Department of Revenue and Taxation may not know about it. And so that needs to change, right? And that all is part of, I hope, the financial management system that they're trying to purchase.
Wow, so that's the issue. I wanted to talk, while we're on the subject of Rev and Tax, maybe a little more low-tech issue, Senator, but I wanted to share this concern from a friend of mine nonetheless. Relative to the process, so obviously the Rev and Tax advises everyone to make an appointment, right? Whether it's for renewing your driver's license or vehicle registration or whatever. So we stand out this appointment process, and this friend of mine actually had an appointment But he ended up, let me just read this off to you. I made my appointment on July 20th a few months ago. I entered the line for DMV driver's license renewal at 6:15 a.m. I finally got my license at 12:20 p.m. So about 6 hours wait time in a line here. It's a health hazard to have people wait this long. The most pitiful sight was a Manamkut lady who was sitting on the handicapped cashier's countertop for at least an hour. Sitting on a countertop because no chairs for the Manamkut. She waited at least an hour, plus the hours she waited outside. She had a cane. I was so sorry for her. A day. And then come to hear that, many of our elderly have issues waiting in these lines for hours when you have an appointment. That's what I don't get. It's like you make an appointment and you still got to wait 6 hours. And I'm hearing about elderly who have to go to the bathroom while they wait in line. Is there a better way, Senator, in 2021?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think customer service, I know they put some resources to customer service. This is something that, is a question, is concern. Why are we, if we're putting money towards customer service, why isn't it being implemented? I did receive calls myself about Manamko not being able to access bathrooms, and that's, this is a long-standing issue too. This is another long-standing issue with Department of Revenue and Taxation is the facilities. It's, I can definitely put in a call to Daphne and request follow-up. What is the issue? How can we address this? So that's something that I can proceed with. But this is something that I've been trying to address. Facilities, customer service. I can continue to reach out to her regarding.
What did you track, or what the communications you got about Manamko not being able to use the bathroom up there in Rev and Tax? Did you have any specifics? Because I heard some stuff too.
Yeah, so one of them was an elderly lady she really needed the bathroom, but she was directed to go to a further one. I think there are issues with the cleaning and upkeep. So I think lately there was the latest one was sewage backup, and that was it was on the private side. So it wasn't GWA, it was the private landlord, the building, the facility itself. I think also the issue has been the cleaning services that they've been procuring. It's not sufficient. It's not frequent enough. And so, considering there's a huge amount of clients that come in on a daily basis, the amount of bathrooms to clients is not adequate, I think. So I did reach out to DPHSS a while back, and they were supposed to do the walkthrough for ensuring the safety of the building. This is something that I can do again to follow up, to make sure that the facilities are adequate for the public. I've actually reached out to the director. I found, the thing is, I think DRT needs a home. They need a new home for their facility, and I did find government land, but it wasn't accepted. So, yeah, and I've been trying to assist with if they need to find another place that's a little bit more conducive. My office has been trying to reach out to them to assist in that way, but it hasn't transpired yet.
Well, good luck with that. But I mean, it doesn't take a new building to treat our elderly with respect. Because what I had heard was that this elderly woman, for whatever reason, was berated for using the employee bathroom. And I don't know if you want to look into that, but I think it's rather unfortunate when we get these stories of people waiting, especially our elderly, right? Waiting in line 6 hours. I mean, having to use a bathroom, employees getting mad because they got to use an employee bathroom. I feel like our Manamko definitely deserve better, and it's not awesome. So I appreciate it. Yeah.
Absolutely. That's unconscionable. to berate, to treat the elderly that way. So yeah, definitely would reach out to Daphne and see what the issue was there, and hopefully we can fix that.
Have you had any update on All Rise?
I think only what's been coming out from the press releases. I haven't seen anything lately regarding that.
Okay. Well, Senator, thank you for your time this morning. Definitely appreciate it.
All right. Thank you so much, Chris.
Okay. Senator Sabina Parrish, she's the Oversight Chair, Procurement, Environment, Revenue Tax, and Department of Labor. It's 7:43. We're coming back with Jesse Kanga, the Executive Director of the Guam Ethics Commission. That is next right here on the link. It's Tuesday, October 19th. Good morning.
Pacific Matters is a half-hour news, culture, and lifestyle show focused on issues that impact Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, and the larger Pacific region. Join Tomas Naglonia every Monday to discuss politics, trends, and take a deep dive into the issues changing our island home. Because what happens in the Pacific matters.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KOAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KOAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KOAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. All you have to do is listen to the link during the month of October, and when prompted, call 671-637-0094 with the answer to the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. Winner will receive a gift certificate from our participating pizza parlors and a 12-pack of Pepsi, brought to you locally by Pepsi.
3.9 FM.
747. Do we still got someone here? Good morning. Welcome to the link. Hi, sir. Hello? Okay. Yeah, we actually had a guy call in, and he was talking about how I was giving the marshals a hard time. Do they check on these knuckleheads out there? Because you hear it too much. You know, there's people on pretrial release for a felony, and they go and commit another felony, and it almost seems like, who's checking on these people? But this guy had a good point. He goes, they didn't know it was me. I answer the phone in here, guys. We don't have anyone else to answer the phone. So when you call, it's me. He's like, yeah, bro, I just heard Chris talking about this, the crimes that happened over the weekend. You know what? Why don't you tell Chris, like, how come he never mentions the judges? Well, yeah, a good point. The judges who let these guys out to do this stuff over and over again. Yeah, let's not forget them. 7:48. Good morning. Tuesday, October 19th, 2021.
Let me be me, yeah.
Tanya Metabusen. Do you guys know how ahead of its time this song was? It's huge. Let Me Be. This is actually not the original version. This is a version from Live Local Fridays that T, as she's affectionately known, originally from Talofofo. She's now staying, I believe, in Texas. Texas. How?
They go big in Texas.
Yeah, they do. They should go real big in Texas. Good morning, guys. 7:49 in the KUAM News Zoom room. Been a minute, as the kids say. Jesse Kenga from the Guam Ethics Commission. He's the executive director. Good morning, Jesse.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina. Good morning, Guam. Happy to be here again.
Right on, and it has been I want to say a few months. I know that you were scheduled to come on. I want to say a couple months back, and then it got busy, and then we just never got around to rescheduling.
You're fine. You're fine, and quite honestly, I think you're right. It was the start of the rise of spike in COVID cases, and then eventually DOE's response. And so when you called and said, hey, Jess, I'm sorry I have to do this to you, but can we get these guys on? I was like, please. That's, I think, takes precedence over us. But we'll be ready whenever you guys call us on, and I'm happy to be here this morning with you guys.
And then, so I guess we're just ready for that update, because I know a lot of our conversation has been involving the Guam Ethics Commission kind of standing up their office and their whole process. So where are we with that today?
Great, excellent question. I want to say this process had started since June. We were hoping to secure an attorney. And so we put out a request for information, put out the request for a quotation, etc. Finally got an award, and we were secured with legal counsel. And then in September, we received guidance from the Office of the Attorney General that said, we're reviewing your statute, and we found that actually you're allowed to procure for goods and services for all things except legal services, which you'll have to get with their office. And so, we're kind of stuck with like, well, that's strange, because, how can you in one hand be, authorized to procure goods and services for all things except that, right? Mm-hmm. And so we had to think about our response. We understood that there were individuals wanting to file complaints that might involve officials at OAG. And so, we're presented with a conflict of interest. How can our representation be unbiased? And clearly, I think legal counsel is an important component for the commission to hear these complaints, because it's unbiased and it's independent. What we've done is we've reached out. I think the commission was able to, at its September meeting, write up a resolution kind of articulating, here's the timeline, here's why we need legal counsel. And we presented that to, of course, the Guam legislature and also to the Office of the Governor. From that, the Senator Sanagasan had introduced legislation, and we were able to get a public hearing last week, Monday, if I recall correctly. So we're just waiting for that bill. It got pretty broad support. There was no real opposition. I think it's pretty straightforward why we would need our own legal counsel. And so we're just waiting to see, now that committee report is prepared, if we're able to get that bill on the session floor and eventually before the desk of the governor.
Yes, I was going to ask you about the resolution, but since you kind of covered it, you don't need to. So is not having this legal counsel preventing you guys from moving forward and accepting complaints, or has your office received any?
We've gotten a few interests, right? Folks that have stepped forward and said we want to file a complaint, and the commission has advised me, given me direction to allow for us to retain that information, how to reach out to them when complaints can start to get filed. The challenge is the enabling statute provides a timeline. So once the complaint starts, we have a number of days in which we get to act on it. And quite honestly, we want to be able to act in full step with the law. And I believe legal counsel provides the best support for us to achieve that. And so rather than opening up the gates and probably making some mistakes, which, not to the fault of the constituent, we might be allowing some folks to get away if we don't do things the right way. And I think, I have many talents, but I'm not a lawyer. And so that would be a great comfort for our office to have that expertise on hand to support the commission along that process.
Right. I was just looking at our files, Jess, and there's a story, I think I might have wrote it. June 11th, formal process is to submit complaints to Ethics Commission on the way. I'm pretty sure if I go back 6 months before that, there's probably a similar story, and then you get where I'm going here.
Right, so the process is in place. We have the forms, we have the steps, and how to advise people that this is what it will look like once your complaint gets filed and the timelines that are involved. It's when we begin to start that process, why legal counsel is so important to us. We can have this process, but along the way, there might be really challenging questions, things like burden of proof. How much burden of proof does a complainant need to have for the commission to uphold a conviction? Is it, what you would find if you were a grand juror, where it's just, a simple, there might be a case here, or do you need clear and convincing evidence? So those are the type of things that counsel will help us at the commission decide in order for their decisions to stand, whether at the Civil Service Commission or in court.
So as it stands today, we can come and fill out a complaint and give it to you, and then what happens to it?
Well, we're not even accepting the complaints because that will start the timeline. And so we have the procedures in place. We're waiting for the legal counsel to be staffed or on board, and then we can allow folks to file, because then we'll be working in concert with the law.
So really you're just waiting for the legislature and then subsequently the governor to...
Correct. And that's for one aspect of the commission's roles and responsibilities. Another thing that we're doing right now, fortunately this year they passed an update to the Ethics in Government Training Program. So this is where ethics training is mandated now for all government Guam employees. We've been very successful talking to every agency head, talking about the mandate, getting everyone aware that we really are facing two separate timelines. For all employees that were existing prior to May 12th this year, we have 36 months for them to get ethics training. And for every other employee that were on board post May 12th, that timeline shrinks to 6 months. So we've been offering these ethics workshops, and we've had maybe several hundred that have already gone through, and we have a lot more that are going to be planned throughout the rest of the year. So that happens to be a focus. And interesting, in 2 weeks, we're going to have the first ever ethics training compliance report that's due from the agencies to the Guam Ethics Commission. We only have estimates of what the GovGuam workforce size is. So this is a great way for us to really identify, all right, the GovGuam workforce size is this much, and this is how many employees we have at Guam Department of Education, at the Airport Authority, at the Port Authority, etc. And this covers everybody. It's not just line agencies, we're talking autonomous agencies, even employees at the judiciary and the legislature. So we've been working with everyone. We're slowly getting those reports in, but at least we've been able to connect and share that mandate with everyone.
What about the, the Guam Election Commission? The deadline for the financial disclosure reports are due. For those that do not comply, do they go to the Ethics Commission? The names?
They do.
They do.
They do. Yes. Sorry.
And
go ahead.
so what happens? Say there is some that do not comply, and it goes to your body. What happens then?
I believe the commission would have a responsibility to hear, maybe go through the process of engaging with that official, inquiring why they didn't apply. And if it was purely negligent, then there would be certain outcomes outlined in the law that allow the commission to take action against the official. They would also be guilty maybe of a misdemeanor. I have to go back to the law, but essentially that would be the case. So right in that process, we're waiting for the Guam Election Commission because the Ethics Commission doesn't request for the forms. We are just the receiving party. So I believe the statute says after 10 days in which they receive this file or the report, they transmit that to the Guam Ethics Commission.
And what about aside from non-compliance for people that don't file their financial disclosure reports, do you additionally look at the actual reports of those that did comply to see if there's anything strange?
Sure. You're talking about auditing financial reports.
Yeah.
So, a lot of these forms are filled out and then they sign an affidavit that the information presented is true and correct. So there is, I think, no particular idea that we would go in and audit that unless, of course, there is an ethics complaint filed against the official where now this financial report serves as evidence, because we can compare what they're saying versus what they filed on with the Election Commission. And if there are differences and maybe the reports don't jive, then that would be action against that official.
I see. Do you guys have an official office yet?
We do. We're currently working out our lease at the GCIC building. There are some things that still have to be worked out with the landlord with regards to our total square footage. But ultimately, we are there, and we have been getting people through our door and taking phone calls.
Yes.
So,
yeah, Jess, you said that you had people come in who express interest in filing complaints. Are you able to say, just like give us a hint, what it was about?
That's a great question. And part of our research, was that a lot of these things have to stay confidential to protect both parties. So what can be shared will be shared when we're able to. But at this time, I don't think we're able to, because it wouldn't be fair also to the person filing the complaint, because we're not actively investigating it or putting a hearing in place.
So I just outside looking in, Jess, it kind of seems like this whole process is taking forever. And there are those who would say like, oh, the will is not there. They don't want the people to have the ability to file a complaint, which I think would be a valid criticism. But how would you address that?
We're working with what's provided in the law. If there was an opportunity for us to fast track this and it wouldn't compromise our effectiveness in hearing their complaint thoroughly, we would do that. But we want to protect everyone. We wouldn't want to rush the process, find out that we mess up the complainant's legitimate complaint, and then we're left with an even bigger mess. So I appreciate everyone's patience, and we do have a desire to get the ball rolling. Unfortunately, we have to do it in compliance with the law, and a lot of things like procurement, there are timelines in place. We don't, necessarily just jump in and say, okay, tomorrow I'm getting a lawyer and this is who I'm getting.
Sorry,
Right.
Jess.
We get it. We get it. I mean, you guys are the Ethics Commission. You got to make sure all your I's are dotted and your
but
T's
you never
are
heard of
crossed.
the emergency procurement? Dude,
Oh.
the sole source? You have that done yesterday, bro.
No, thank you. No, thank you.
Gotta give Claudia a call.
I'm okay. I'm
Right
okay.
on.
But there are so many other things that we do while we wait for that process. Like I said, I mean, that is just one component of the myriad of things that we're held responsible for. And that, quite honestly, is just a staff of two, myself and one other person. I think we're doing a great job, and we're getting as much information out there. So, you might see that as a waiting process for filing complaints, but with regards to ethics training, we imagine that a lot of the complaints that come forward, probably the most common response we're going to hear is, well, I didn't know that was a violation. So to prevent that, I think this training component is a great exercise because it says there is no cause for you to say, I didn't know better, because you've gone through this training. Now you have a greater understanding of this is what I'm allowed to do as an official and what I'm not allowed to do. And when I veer that way where I do something bad, then know that there are repercussions for it.
Jess, thank you for your time this morning.
Yes, thanks, Jess.
Good
Thank
talk,
you
as
too.
always. Right on.
Stay safe.
Let me know when's the next one. Yes.
Yeah,
Same to you.
you let me know.
when you get that legal counsel.
Yeah, let us know. Bring
Will
it.
Well, that might be a while, so we'll check in with you soon.
Unless you call Claudia. Okay.
Take care.
Jesse Kenga, it's 8:03 on the breeze. We're KUAM FM, Agotnya, Guam. Good morning. It's the link. Let's jump over to KUAM TV so you guys can see us. Link fam. Brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITN, and Jack in the Box. Good morning, Guam. Right on. Morning, Bree.
Good morning.
Morning, Jason.
Good morning, and good morning to all of you watching on TV. And if you're just joining us on TV, we had a little challenge for our Link fam earlier in the show. And Joseph, we're still getting, Chris. We asked people to express or to share how they would express chicken Keligwin only in emoji. So Joser's going to bring one right up. Oh, who's that from, Joser? Okay, this one is from Jonah Manahani and says, and basically expressing chicken Keligwin as the lemon emoji, the chicken emoji, the coconut emoji, the salt shaker emoji, and then the salivating emoji. I think that nailed it.
Right.
There were a lot of really, really good ones. This one is particularly spot on, so good job.
Right on. Good morning, guys. Again, the show brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITN, and Jack in the Box. We're warming up the jet plane to head over to the CNMI with our very own Tomas Maglotnia. We'll have the daily question, of course, an update on regional CNMI issues, and we're just moments away from our 8 o'clock newscast with Sabrina Salas Matanani, which is brought to you proudly by Pacific Points. And let's go ahead and get into that now with the very latest. At 8:04 on Tuesday, October 19th, year of the COVID 2021, from the KUAM News team with the very latest. Sabrina Salas Matanani, good morning.
Off today, everybody. The island recorded its 223rd COVID-19 related fatality. According to the Joint Information Center, the death occurred at GRMC on the 15th. The patient was a 68-year-old man. He was vaccinated with underlying health conditions. He had tested positive on October 6th. The JIC also reporting 52 people hospitalized. Additionally, there are 2 pediatric admissions, 11 patients receiving ICU level of care, 9 on a ventilator. The JIC also reporting that out of the 52 hospitalized patients, 22 vaccinated, 29 unvaccinated, 1 ineligible to receive a shot. Public Health reporting 91 new cases of COVID-19. To date, there have been a total of 16,991 officially reported cases, 223 deaths, 2,562 people are in isolation, and 14,206 residents have recovered. The CAR score continuing to drop at 17.5. To date, a total of 122,240. That's 89.69% of Guam's eligible population is fully vaccinated. The Guam Department of Education on Monday confirmed 4 positive COVID-19 cases involving students and 1 employee. The student cases were identified at Estumbo Elementary, Upi Elementary, there were 2 there, Weddinga Elementary School, 1. The employee case was identified at Simon Sanchez High School. GDOE's daily reports are for students who are enrolled in the face-to-face model of learning and who have attended classes during the time in which they have been confirmed positive by public health. Meanwhile, the Archdiocese of Hagåtña reports 8 new Catholic school students positive for COVID. The cases were identified at St. Anthony Catholic School, 5 there, 1 at Notre Dame High School, 1 at Bishop Bumgarner Memorial Catholic School, and 1 at Dominican Catholic School. Former Secretary of State and Chairperson of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Colin Powell, has died. The 84-year-old man died of complications from COVID-19. He was fully vaccinated but battled underlying conditions. Meg Oliver takes a look at Powell's extraordinary life of service.
When President Bush appointed Colin Powell as Secretary of State, he became the highest-ranking African-American official in the history of the United States. His was a true American success story. His parents were Jamaican immigrants who raised him in the South Bronx. After graduating from the City College of New York, he took an Army commission and served in Vietnam. He rose in the ranks, becoming a general, and was appointed the head of the National Security Council by President Ronald Reagan. More honors were to follow. During the next administration, President George Herbert Walker Bush made Powell chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff, the highest military position in the Defense Department. Again, Powell was the first African American to hold the post. Operation Desert Storm in 1991 made Powell an even more familiar face.
Our strategy to go after this army is very, very simple. First, we're going to cut it off.
When he retired from the Army, Powell wrote his autobiography and chaired America's Promise, a nonprofit organization dedicated to building character in young people. There was speculation he might run for president, but his wife Alma was against it. Then Powell was called upon by George W. Bush.
I am honored to be given the opportunity to return to public service as the 65th Secretary of State.
Though initially opposed to the idea, Powell agreed to go along with the Bush administration's plan to forcibly overthrow Saddam Hussein. Using his greatest asset, his popularity with the public, he went before the United Nations and the world to build a case for invading Iraq.
Saddam Hussein and his regime are concealing their efforts to produce more weapons of mass destruction.
Later, after the United States was firmly entrenched in the war, inaccuracies were found in Powell's speech, and the Bush administration said it acted on faulty intelligence. Powell admitted the UN speech was a painful blot on his record and pushed for reform in the intelligence community.
I'm so proud that I have had this chance to serve my nation.
In 2008, the longtime Republican made news when he endorsed Barack Obama for president. Powell spent his final years in the private sector, but he remained vocal on political issues that were important to him. Meg Oliver, CBS News, New York.
Governor Lulian Guerrero signed Bill 130 into law. The new law establishes a new local war claims program to accommodate an estimated 700 claimants who missed out the first time around. The administration established a similar program in January last year to expedite more than 1,000 payments for those who were still waiting on the Federal War Claims Commission. According to the new law, the administration has up to 30 calendar days to transmit a plan for the payment of locally adjudicated claims. It also authorizes the governor to transfer the money as is necessary to pay the war claims. And with more news now, here is Daniel Paris.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafre and good morning, everyone. I'm Daniel Perez with your headlines here on The Link. Relief is finally here for the long waiting list at the pandemic homeless shelter in Maiti. A second facility has opened up in Tamuning to take in those who were turned away from the first one. Nestor Lacanto reports.
I'm here at the Tamuning Plaza Hotel, which is the site of the new homeless shelter. We were told we were not allowed inside for privacy reasons, but we did manage to speak to a couple of folks who are approved applicants for the facility. Janice Cruz and Robert Perez say they applied at the Global Dorm in Maiti, but there was no room at the time.
I appreciate it very much because I'm being fed breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and I'm actually sleeping in a bed after almost 6 years.
It's a good place. Before I was staying here as a client, I was just going places to places, abandoned buildings, sidewalks, bus stops, and anywhere that I could sleep.
The new COVID emergency shelter has been dubbed Lehang Sinafu, or Safe Shelter. It provides another 40 rooms for the homeless, an obvious improvement to living on the streets.
Being homeless without really no resource or support, living off of the very basic like federal funding assistance like food stamp, it's hard when you don't have anybody to call out to. And when you have people that are here willing to shelter you and feed you, because that's the very basic things we need to sustain life. But we can only appreciate it unless, you can have other options. And right now, the options for me came to this point. So
It had helped me to open my eyes on a lot of things, because before I never knew how to do anything for myself. It was always my mom doing it, or if I ask questions to my friends or whatever, they're the one. So it feels good to know that I could actually do something for myself and for my mom.
The second shelter comes more than a year after the first one was opened. The lieutenant governor led a task force that tapped Catholic Social Services to once again manage it. Meanwhile, Manielo will conduct case management operations focused on life skills and employment training. Gura funded the program through the CARES Act provided by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. But Perez might sum it up best for the homeless applicants.
I'm just thankful I found a place.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
And funding for a local employment assistance program known as LEAP is about halfway there. The governor has pledged $25 million from American Rescue Plan funds to help prop up struggling businesses. Now it's up to the legislature to come up with the other half.
Tourism Committee Chairperson Amanda Shelton is planning a public hearing soon on a bill to appropriate the other $25 million from the general fund. GHRA President Mary Rhodes encourages companies to turn out and support it, especially those from the hard-hit tourism industry.
There's a huge loss that everybody's expecting to continue to have through 2022. So it's really important we stabilize our economy and lay the groundwork for economic recovery and help bring the jobs back, and specifically within the tourism industry.
Jay Merrill of Market Research Associates, also an optional tour company owner, says they did a study which shows a 66% drop-off in business tax revenue between the comparison year of 2017 and 2020.
What we discovered was pretty shocking. What we discovered was if we took the median of all businesses on the island, tourism businesses were hurt by a factor of 1/3 more. But it is important to see what we can do to bridge the period of time where folks are right now experiencing tremendous hardship to when visitors can start to come back.
Steve Kasperbauer of Alupang Beach Club and John Uggan of Karetan Carabao are just two examples.
We're just really optimistic still, because throughout this whole process, Guam has been a very, I would say, we have our different opinions, but I think we've been united as Team Guam.
Yes, the business is business, but with all its employees, and those employees are the people of Guam, Tautau, then, we're going to have a hard time making a full recovery or a semi-civil recovery, because it affects everybody on the island.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
The Mayor's Council of Guam, in partnership with Public Health, held another booster clinic in the village of Humatag. Here's more. This morning, we made our way down south to see how the booster clinic was going at the Humatag Mayor's office. Village Mayor Johnny Kinata.
It's kind of slow down here, as you. I can't tell you how slow it is, but it's pretty slow for now. I don't know. Most of my people got shot Moderna.
Even though the clinic was held in the southern village, residents from other villages showed up to get their booster shots as well.
I spoke to one from Doña and one from Maritzo, and I'm pretty sure most of them are from Maritzo. I think only 3 from Umatic so far.
With the booster clinic taking place around the island, Mayor Kinata encourages island residents to avail the opportunity.
Now they're using the mayor's office to give the shots, so make that opportunity to come and get the shots. Nobody's going to be pushed away. If you're willing to come down this far to get a booster shot instead of wait and get in line in a long line, this is the best place to come. There's no line. You just come, you put your name on the paper and then get shot and then wait 15 minutes and you're gone.
Malasu resident Shirley Lumbang accompanied Bert Lumbang.
It's the third booster shot, and he has the Pfizer, so it was required, and plus he's 76 and sickly. So, of course, we have to get the shots, be safe.
20 residents came for their Pfizer booster shot. The next booster clinic will be held at the Hoggett Gym on October 20. The Clinic will be open from 8:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. You can schedule your appointment by calling your respective village mayor's office. As we reported, the Pfizer booster shot is for those who have completed their 2-dose series with the Pfizer vaccine at least 6 months ago and are 65 years and older. Department of Corrections Director Joe Carbolito confirms an investigation is underway after a complaint was filed against the warden, Alan Borja. Carbolito could not say the nature of the complaint other than it was filed last week by an employee from the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KOAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Thanks, Daniel. After serving as the CEO of Guahan Academy Charter School for 3 years, Dr. Judy Wampat has confirmed with KUAM that she is resigning for personal reasons. While Wampat is leaving GACS, she says she will continue to serve in the community. Victims Advocates Reaching Out, or Vero Guam, among other organizations. GACS board appointed its Dean of Secondary Education, Linda Hernandez Avila, as school principal. They are also in the process of hiring an assistant principal. Dr. Wampat's last day to serve as the Chief Executive Officer for the Home of the Starfish is on Wednesday, November 3rd. The Guam Department of Education will be hosting 3 virtual community input sessions this week via Zoom. The Policy Review and Strategic Planning Committee will provide updates to the draft strategic plan covering curriculum, parent engagement, student safety, facilities, and finance. Parents will have the opportunity to ask questions and express concerns to education leaders at the virtual sessions. The sessions are scheduled by districts starting tomorrow through Friday at 6 p.m. It will also be live streamed on GDOE's Facebook page. For more information, go to KUAM.com. A 61-year-old man is in ICU at Naval Hospital after being shot twice with a bow and arrow to the back. Facing attempted murder is Joaquinson Nicholas Guile Jr. According to court documents, police responded to an assault at a home in Manilao on Sunday. They found the victim with an open puncture wound and then an arrow lodged in his lower back. Guile was identified by a witness as the person who shot the victim. He lives in a container home on the property. Inside, police found 2 bows and 28 arrows. Court documents state Guile admitted to shooting an intruder, but after the second shot, he realized it was a relative that was in disguise, was stalking him, and allegedly tried to kill him on previous occasions. Aside from attempted murder, Guile also faces charges of aggravated assault. He is also on pretrial release for a 2019 case involving terrorizing and use of a deadly weapon. In that case, the judge ordered that he not possess any deadly weapons. An argument turned violent. A 26-year-old man was arrested for an incident that occurred in Talafofu on Sunday morning. Jonathan Michael Martinez is accused of arguing with a woman and then punching her on her left ear. He then allegedly shot a 60-year-old woman twice in the leg with a pellet gun and delivered a round-house kick to her face. Martinez faces charges of aggravated assault and family violence. We now head into the Zoom room and head up to Saipan, where Tomas Menglotya is standing by. Good morning, Tomas.
Good morning, Chris Bree, Jason, and Joser. Just wanted to provide some updates based on the breaking story we reported yesterday about the traveler leaving quarantine early and being arrested. As we reported, CNMI freelance photographer David Butterfield was arrested and detained at the Department of Corrections on Saipan yesterday after he left his room at the quarantine facility at Kanoa Resort, which is just right behind me here on Saipan. He also shared on social media that he's unvaccinated. Yesterday, we did an interview with the chairman of the COVID-19 task force here in the CNMI. We wanted to play a bit of that interview for you and for the latest yesterday with the chairman of the CNMI COVID-19 task force. Here's a bit of that interview.
Yes, hi Thomas, good afternoon, and thank you for reaching out to the task force. Just a brief update. Yes, Mr. Butterfield apparently left quarantine last night, and we're able to track down and, are based on our guest count, and we realized, as well as reviewing the camera, that he did left premises. So immediately we activated our law enforcement officers as well as our CACC contact investigators, and through communication with CEO Munya, myself, and the team, we were able to track the gentleman down and bring him in. This is a violation of leaving quarantine site. It's a serious violation. and right now he's in custody, and we are processing, working with the Attorney General in regards to this matter. He's still at DOC. We wanna go through the process, as well as doing our investigation. Apparently, person leaving quarantine before the actual release is we have our help process that in regards to contact tracing links as well. So we want to make sure that we cover all bases, and then determine whether next action on him, whether he's going to stay over at DOC or be transferred to quarantine. It all depends on the outcome of the contact tracing investigation. On him, whether he's going to stay over at DOC or be transferred to quarantine. It all depends on the outcome of the contact tracing investigation.
Thank you.
And as we reported, unvaccinated travelers who do not present a negative PCR test and are unvaccinated have to quarantine at least 10 days at a government facility. Villagomez shared that Butterfield remains in custody. That was yesterday, though. We were told that as of this morning, we do know that he's back here at quarantine at the Canoa Resort, which is right behind me. We wanted to also share that the Department of Public Safety PIO here on Saipan, Adrian Pangilinan, says that he'll provide more details as they come. Also, just wanted to share what we do know and what we don't know. Here's what we know. We know that Mr. Butterfield tested negative on day 1 and day 5 of quarantine. We do know that he was positive for COVID earlier in January and recovered since then. And we know that he does think he's safe and probably should not undergo the current quarantine procedures. We also know that he did not present a negative PCR test 48 hours prior to his arrival from Guam to Saipan. And he's also a returning resident. Just wanted to refresh the memories of our viewers who have been following the different quarantine protocols for the CNMI that have been updated. Wanted to read you the latest guidance that was released on September 24th of this year. So the latest guidance that we have here is that those who are fully vaccinated, regardless of travel origin, are still required to quarantine for 5 days in a designated government facility. Unvaccinated travelers will be tested, and all travelers will still be tested for COVID-19 on arrival and on their 5th day in quarantine. Fully vaccinated travelers will be released after they test negative for COVID-19 on their 5th day. The protocol also says unvaccinated travelers will be tested on their 5th day in quarantine, but will be released on their 7th day if they test negative and have submitted a negative PCR test dated no earlier than 48 hours prior to arrival. Unvaccinated travelers who have not submitted a negative PCR test will be released on their 10th day if they test negative on their 5th day test. And so it also says here the CHCC, which is the Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation, may conduct additional PCR tests on their 7th or 10th day when deemed clinically necessary. And so based on what we know on Mr. Butterfield's circumstances, he did fall under the 10-day quarantine, mandatory quarantine protocols that they set here. However, because he tested on negative on day 1 and negative on day 5, I believe he thought it was okay to go, and obviously that was not okay based on the task force and the government's guidelines. And we know that he was arrested yesterday outside of one of the businesses here on Saipan, brought to the Department of Corrections, and last we heard he is in fact here at the Canoa Resort back in quarantine, and we'll continue to bring the latest on that guidance. And just in case if you're wondering what the enforcement does look like, we got verification from the COVID-19 task force here in the CNMI as well. They say, quote, given the importance of protecting our small island community, CHCC will work with the governor's COVID-19 task force and local law enforcement to enforce penalties on non-compliance of the mandatory quarantine requirement for arriving travelers. Violators of this important protective measure will receive a maximum of no more than a year imprisonment and or no more than a $500 fine as provided under law. And last we heard, Butterfield might just face that $500 fine. Of course, we'll bring you the latest as we hear it here on Saipan.
Tomas, is there any thing from the quarantine officials, the government officials, on how he was able to walk out? I mean, over here, because I've been in quarantine, and I mean, they're pretty strict. It's like you're in, and there's no way you could get out. I mean, unless you pass somebody.
That is the biggest, Bree, you're so right. That is the biggest question on everyone's mind right now. Yesterday, of course, they were focused on tracking Mr. Butterfield down and putting him into isolation. We'll get you the latest on that. We will ask the COVID-19 task force. And as always, they do have their weekly press conferences. And I can't imagine this won't be talked about there on Friday. So we'll bring you that. But he said he posted on Facebook. And as we reported yesterday, he just walked right on out. And I think as we reported, I wasn't here at the Kanoa Resort when I was in quarantine. I was at the Pacific Islands Club. And when I was at the Pacific Islands Club, there were people posted at the doors at the entrances and exits, at least when I was able to go see them for my testing or just to peek out to get my food or whatnot. But other than that, I'm standing outside right now. I see, at least 2 police officers posted at the entrance here. I'm not sure if there's any other way to get out of here other than the beach side at the back, but it's a big question, and we will definitely get that answer as to how this could have happened. And also a lot of people asking what the Attorney General response will be, given that the task force chair said that they are working with the Attorney General on this matter. And of course, as we know, this directive signed off by the Chief Public Health Official, who is the hospital CEO, Esther Munya.
Right. Tommaso, what are the people of the NMI saying about this guy walking out of quarantine?
I think you see mostly some reactions of people saying that understanding why quarantine is needed. As we've been reporting, the CNMI has been without community transmission for more than 200 days. However, if you also just look at KUM's Facebook page on the story that we posted, you'll see the diverse perspectives that exist on the island as well, and people saying, free Butterfield, fight for your freedom. So no shortage of opinions here. But of course, we want to get down to the facts and what is allowed, and what's not allowed. And I'm sure this is just the beginning of more of the, Chris, what did you call it last year? The quarantine tales?
Quarantine Chronicles.
We'll have more on that.
Okay.
Thanks a lot, Tomas.
Thank you so much.
All right, Tomas. Tomas Manglotnia from the KUAM news team, doing some great work.
Yep. Live in Saipan.
And let's go back to the KUAM newscast here, 8 o'clock, brought to you by Pacific Points. Once again, Sabrina Salas-Matanani.
And just real quickly, the Guam Memorial Hospital suspending a long-time Halloween tradition, citing safety precautions during the COVID-19 pandemic. GMH not offering free x-rays of Halloween treats this year. In an announcement, the hospital said it does so with great sadness and hopes and prays that it will be able to welcome everyone back next year. With your news in tomorrow, here's Ken Concepcion.
Buenos updates to get some tuloy-tunod sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mito gi First Hawaiian Bank. Direktor del Department of Corrections si Joe Carbolito sa konfirman na gawang investigasyon matutsugwi ani mafayo complaint kontra Warden Alan Borja. Ilinga sa Carbolito na tisina masasangan pod este na complaint. Lo mensahe na gimapos na semana na mafayo este ni un empleo ni Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center. Mas asunto, ang responde Guam Police Department podat baroto gisa Mangilaw ani man maagang sa si James Pangilinan Jr. 29 anos na edad makihaja na espanta na mesaw ang Palawan niya tungwa. Yung biktima sa report na nakikizao si Pangilinan pero fasotso siya sukat isi-said niya sa sanganin na paroy nito na gagaw niya. Gimas ma-report ni GPD na tiestia na bumuidos sa si Pangilinan na patmadagi fasunya Palawan at sobnay kinananya Palawan. Matsaki po ng pitong familia dyan man espanta. Gimas artikulo yung Departamento ng Edukasyon sa paramanagahat 3 na okasyon virtual community input bago na semana en Zoom na manera. Policy Review and Strategic Planning Committee sa para mapresenta update siya gazit draft na strategic plan per curriculum inadbat gani manay na seguridad estudyante fasilitad sa ni finance na artikulo siya. Imanay na sa siyempre man manayo oportunidad para ma-fight ang kwestiyon niya siya dan para ma-express ang problema siya gati giman magas edukasyon. Gi-ST siya na virtual session. Para ma-schedule session siya po distrito, Merkulis hasta Betes, galasais ipupuengi. Ma-stream lo ko ST siya na session. Gizon niya i-GDOE na pleg on Facebook. Sino umala mag-gizon mami na website no KUAM.com para mas informasyon. YouTube na sunto gin ni KUAM News para pagod na matis, igwa memoryo na hospital sa para masuspende si Hags tradisyon Halloween. Sa pudi seguridad sa ninadahi sa gunay durante ni COVID-19 na pandemic, te para managwa pagod na sakan. Aji para fan ba x-ray siya candy pad otro siya na kosas Halloween. Ganun siya niya, iling niya naman sentes ganaw siya, na te para matsogo ST. Lumala hamon, sa mata zuzuti na makontinuya ST na tradisyon gi otro sakan. Mamalago loki igwa memoryo na hospital. No masangani todi tauto, no fan safos o magosay manago Halloween. Para Guam News Network, Gualsikin Conception.
Yasuto Ifinutamuro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familiang Mizugi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
All right, Refresh Guam is the island's newest digital hub. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook for truly local content and daily giveaways.
Refresh Guam. Truly local.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. All you have to do is listen to the link during the month of October, and when prompted, call 671-637-0094 with the answer to the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. Winner will receive a gift certificate from our participating pizza parlors and a 12-pack of Pepsi, brought to you locally by Pepsi.
Join KUAM every Wednesday on Primetime for Inside Business. It's our new weekly segment featuring the struggle of Guam's businesses during this global pandemic. We'll hear from industry leaders about the difficult decisions they were forced to make to implement cutoffs, layoffs, and shorten hours just to survive. It's the other side effect of COVID, the island's economic crisis. We'll also feature new businesses that managed to open and thrive during these challenging times. It's Inside Business every Wednesday on KUAM News Primetime.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Hey, good morning. We did have some comments in here, Bree. Let's see what we got here. Facebook Live, thanks for joining us. Good morning on you. Ray comments in, this is relative to our discussion with Senator Sabina Perez. The issues at DMV are the same issues that have been going on since the previous administrations. Where was the concern there? Mrs. Shimizu has been doing a great job. You're right, Ray. People complain about DMV ever since. That means that we should have taken care of those issues by now. What else we got here? Tomas Farron goes, true. The issues have been at Reventax ever since. Last year, when I had to get a replacement driver's license, there were chairs for the disabled. The chairs were awesome to use. Yesterday, when I renewed my driver's license, there were no chairs for the disabled by the card issuance counter. So I sat on the floor before I got called to turn in my paper. Then I had to go to the side on the way to the cashier and sat on the floor again for a bit while they figured out what was happening with their system. They did ask if I wanted a chair. I said, yes, please, but never got one, LOL. I know I'm not special or the only one with issues, but if they had a notice saying that all the chairs were taken away, then I would have been better prepared. To clarify any questions about me, I am a disabled veteran. If anyone has any questions. Thank you so much, Facebook Live, for chiming in with your 2 cents. Say you want to give us 2 cents, we'll take it. $1, fine.
637-0094.
Thank you, guys. Reach out and touch us, guys. Phone line's open. 839.
I just wanted to share something that one of our reporters did. Unofficial, to the news, but this is actually something Isaiah did on his TikTok feed. So we've been doing some reports about what's happening with All Souls Day.
Right.
But Isaiah did something, and some of his family members are preparing grave. I believe it's Isaiah said for his dad, and he goes, we miss you, Dad. And so you're seeing this a lot with our neighbors throughout the island. But of course, the word about All Souls Day. We were talking to
Tony Diaz.
Tony Diaz, yeah, that's right. Thank you. Yeah, so you're starting to see this now, but of course, All Souls Day being one of the most cherished Guam Catholic holidays. Yeah. Obviously, the fact that we won't be able to do it in a normal fashion and everything like that now, very, very unsettling to many people. But you can still honor your loved ones, in some way. So Isaiah did this, and I thought this was a really, really neat tribute.
Thank you for that, Jay. Yeah, guys, it is about that time for you to be making your rounds. We still got about 3 weeks left until All Souls Day, and what will be a little bit different this year is that the cemeteries will be open, but they're encouraging social distancing, and there will be no masses at the cemeteries, guys. Yeah. So if you got graves to clean, if you're the designated grave cleaner in your family, like I am, then got to get out there and make your rounds. Is that Veteran Cemetery?
I believe it.
Oh, yeah.
Does it look like Veterans? Yeah.
Yeah. I think it is, yeah. Oh, there you go. Oh, and be courteous, guys. When you're cleaning your loved one's grave, let's say, for example, bush cuttering it, don't bush cutter all the stuff over to the next grave. And if you do, just be courteous and clean it up. Okay.
My grandparents made sure that, when we would go to, if we were attending somebody's funeral or, just visiting something, they were like, boy, you better watch where you walk. Don't make noise and, be very, very respectful because this is, the place of so many other families. I mean, that was a huge rule for my grandparents.
Yeah. Good morning, guys. It's 8:41, Tuesday, October 19th. Hey, Tuesday's on the link with 3 Squares Marketplace. Tuesdays on the link just got tastier, guys, with 3 Squares Marketplace. Every Tuesday morning, the link crew will sample grab-and-go treats like Kelaguen, Champalado, Latidza, and more from 3 Squares Marketplace. You can visit 3 Squares Marketplace. It's at 3 Squares in Tamuning. You walk in, they got a whole nice display. Grab you a bunch of everything. Bring it to the office. You're going to be a big hero. Okay? They're open 7 in the morning till 9 p.m., Tuesday through Sunday inside 3 Squares Restaurant in Tamuning. Call 646-2652 and order ahead. It's Tuesday Treats on the link with 3 Squares Marketplace. And this morning, we have Pustit and crab wraps. Okay. Let her rip. Joe, sir, with the 3 Squares Marketplace cam.
That looks almost too good to eat.
Oh, yeah.
But that's not going to stop us.
Yeah, nothing looks too good to eat.
It's fully loaded.
Yeah, this is a crab wrap, guys. It's basically like a twist on the crab salad.
Yeah.
that we all love. Boy, Chamorro salads are the best, aren't they? Not the healthiest, but the best.
Those are nice, healthy pieces of crab. Bree.
Very girthy. It's very stuffed.
Go ahead, knock yourself out, Jay.
Go get it, Jay. Thank you, Bree. Oh, yeah, a lot of crab here.
There is a lot. That is like packed with crab.
Switch.
The mayo,
Mm.
the lettuce. Speechless.
So for those of you critics or haters out there, you want to silence Chris Barnett? Send us food.
Bring it on, Adeloop. Send me food. Wow.
Filet mignon. Every time we talk about the budget.
Oh, this is nice and warm too. I'm gonna try the pasta.
Yeah, I would.
Okay,
really
stand by, guys. This crab wrap, awesome. You know, I don't like it when the crab salad has too much mayo because it really messes with that. Crab's like a little bit sweet.
Mm-hmm.
And so, man, I am just tasting that sweet crab. Not heavy. It's actually pretty airy. I don't know what that means, but it's airy. I'm trying to use my words today, guys.
It's like that line in The Little Mermaid, right? Such
Yeah.
a sweet little succulent crab.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's jammed full. They couldn't really jam any more crab in there. We got your fancy lettuce, which is kind of bordering the. What they do with they lay out the tortilla and then they put the lettuce on top, so that the crab sits on that lettuce, and it doesn't get the tortilla soggy. But the flavor on this is amazing. It's wow, so delicious. Thank you, Three Squares Marketplace.
Okay, is it my turn?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, the crust looks very, very flaky. It's finished off, I want to say like a shot. Breezing, is it pumpkin?
Yeah, it's usually what pasta is. There's
Yeah.
pumpkin filling. I know some people kind of mix it up, but I just like it
Yeah.
the traditional way.
Man, that looks so good, guys.
It's
Oh, it's warm.
yeah, it's still
But
very,
you're
very
right.
warm.
It's flaky, and I love like how they put the butter on top.
Yeah, they put the little egg wash on top, so it
egg
gets.
wash?
Okay,
Yeah.
look at that. Look at where am I going?
Damn, Bree,
It's
get
a
up.
lot of filling.
Yeah, the filling is very, very creamy, but not to the point where it's like spilling out. It still holds together very well.
And it's not. They weren't stingy with the filling too, right?
Yeah.
Mm.
You don't really get like a lot of like bites. Like if you go like to like a store and they're like, hey, check this out. 9,000 ounce box of corn pops, and like it's really that much. I mean, you bite into this and you really get filling like in every bite.
Yeah, and you guys can get it.
And this is a pretty big serving.
It is. It's huge.
Not the mini ones. These are huge.
Yeah, they were like about that, right?
The pasta?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's
Also,
definitely
unofficial fact: pumpkin is actually the third most popular pet name for your special someone.
wow. Yeah, and
Right after Babe and Hun.
it's time of the season too with a pumpkin and fall. I know pumpkin's going pretty good. So guys, get the pustet down there at Three Squares Marketplace. Again, they open at 7 in the morning. You're planning to stop by there tomorrow, all the way till 9 at night. We had the Kelligwin last week and the bread pudding. And the bread pudding, it was like 3 ingredients or something crazy. It was like 3 or 4 ingredients. That was so delicious.
You know what I'm really
Yeah,
digging?
I think I ate the whole.
Yeah, you did.
I ate the whole thing.
Okay.
From the chicken Kelligwin to the bread pudding.
To be honest, I'm just saying it was delicious because Sabrina ate all the bread pudding, and I didn't get to try. I know she's trying to do me a favor, but
Bree, tell me if you agree with me, right? The one thing I'm really, really digging about this filling, the pumpkin filling, is it's not too artificially like sweet. You get the natural sweetness of the pumpkin, but you also get the sweetness that they put outside, like on
the dough.
Yeah,
The
so
crust.
it's not, you don't get sweet on top of sweet. I mean, the pumpkin is very, very good.
sorry, Joe, sir, are we making you malago? Joe sir's like, yeah, I'm good over here. All right. All I can hear is Sabrina chewing.
Delicious.
Jason is a very quiet chewer.
I have no shame. No.
I know.
If it's good, it's good.
Okay, I think there may be like a hint of molasses or a little bit of cinnamon sugar.
Could be like brown sugar.
Yeah, brown sugar.
Right. Guys, this is a huge
And look at that.
milestone.
It's not falling apart.
Yeah.
It's baked perfectly. You know,
It
it's
is.
put together very, very well. I mean, these things, we've all been there. These things very easily go into a million pieces in your
Yeah.
hands just by holding it. I
That
mean, look at
crust
it.
looks really good and
Yeah.
sturdy, right? Yeah. Wow.
I can just eat the crust and I'd be good.
I know, dude. I love the crust.
See that, kid? Your 8th grade teacher was right. Organization skills help. It stays together. Okay, last piece.
Right on, guys. So,
All right, Jace.
what we chowed today again, the crab wraps, which is a twist on a crab salad with a fancy lettuce in the tortilla, and it's like big. And then we also tried the pustet, which is pumpkin pastry. It's baked. Of course, if you fry that, then it's buchi buchi. But since it's baked, it's the pustet. And rave reviews for Three Squares Marketplace. Remember, guys, they drop us food on Tuesdays, but you can go there anytime, 7 in the morning till 9 at night.
And I got some messages on WhatsApp now from our reporters back in the newsroom. It's like, OMG, we have some too, right? And I was like, no, we finished it. I hate you so much, Jason. And I was like, JK, you guys have some too, of course.
All right, okay.
The link is about sharing.
Right on, but you got to get here quick because it's going fast
Yeah.
when it's Three Squares Marketplace. Hey, we're
Thank
gonna
you,
take
Three Squares.
we're gonna take a quick break and we're coming back with more of the show next, right here on the link. Good morning.
Make it through the week with
Breast
Monday's
cancer
Work-
is the second leading cause of cancer death in women. The chances that a woman will die of breast cancer is about 1 in 38. Although there is no sure way to prevent breast cancer, there are certain things that you can do, such as eat healthier and exercise. For more information about breast cancer, go to the American Cancer Society's website at cancer.org. Also, on October 22nd, we invite you to think pink by wearing the color pink on that day in solidarity of our breast cancer survivors and warriors.
This pink message is brought to you in partnership with Ordot Dental Clinic, joining the fight against cancer in honor of brave warriors, survivors, and their families. Island Cancer Center and American Cancer Society.
Join KUAM every Wednesday on Primetime for Inside Business. It's our new weekly segment featuring the struggle of Guam's businesses during this global pandemic. We'll hear from industry leaders about the difficult decisions they were forced to make to implement cutoffs, layoffs, and shorten hours just to survive. It's the other side effect of COVID, the island's economic crisis. We'll also feature new businesses that managed to open and thrive during these challenging times. It's Inside Business every Wednesday on KUAM News Primetime.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. All you have to do is listen to the link during the month of October, and when prompted, call 671-637-0094 with the answer to the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. Winner will receive a gift certificate from our participating pizza parlors and a 12-pack of Pepsi, brought to you locally by Pepsi.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
The Culture Club returns to KOAM Digital and KOAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KOAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
93.9 FM.
Are you tired of waiting in long lines trying to pick up or ship out packages? Visit our friendly staff at GU Mail today and let them assist with all of your shipping needs. At GU Mail, we offer mailbox rentals, incoming U.S. Postal, DHL, FedEx, and UPS packages, plus all certified mail in a safe, convenient, and secure environment. We are fully equipped with a variety of packing supplies to get the job done right. So stop waiting in long lines and check out GU Mail today. Curbside services also available. Call 648-2060 for more information. GU Mail. Safe, secure, and convenience is our priority.
After a year with so many games.
Oh, man, taking me back there. That is actually Hope Fiji, which was the band from Fiji that came out for FestPack. Doing, of course, Master Blaster jamming from Stevie Wonder. It's actually a live cut. We did a live Local Fridays from down there at FestPack.
Anybody that can cover Stevie Wonder?
Yeah.
Thumbs up in my book.
Good morning, it's 8:58. Hey, KUAM TV, how are you guys? Right on. Man, we got a message here, Jay. I don't know if you saw this. Don't tell Sabrina.
Oh, boy.
Agnes, Auntie Agnes Tudela Cabrera comments in, good morning, my Link friends. Bringing you more treats tomorrow.
Oh, my
How
gosh.
many of you there? I just wanted to know so I can bring enough to go around. There's like about 40 of us in the studio.
And you know, I mean, it is proper Chamorro custom, and we must share with everybody in Zoom.
Yeah, okay. We used to do that. We used to provide virtual treats in our KUAM News Zoom room, but, you know, we weren't prepared for this as a company to go this long into this pandemic and to provide that many snacks. So now it's usually on Fridays.
Yeah.
Okay, so apologies to our guests in the Zoom room Monday to Thursday. Good morning, and we're about to go into the KUAM News Zoom room in just a little bit. But yes, Auntie Agnes, thank you so much. Auntie Agnes commented she's going to bring us some more treats tomorrow. So she asked how many people are here. So I told her there's 40 of us because she wants to make sure she brings enough.
10, 20, 30. You're so bad.
10, 20, 30. All right, Auntie Agnes. Well, we'll see you tomorrow. Sounds like a date. And good morning again. We actually got I got a message from a friend of mine who said, damn, I'm just listening to you all on the radio eating, and now I want to pust it, and I don't even care for pust it. You all made me want to eat it, so I'm going to go get 3. Well, good for you. And you can check them 7 in the morning till 9 if you want to call your order ahead at 646-2652. Again, that's 3 Squares Marketplace. 9 o'clock, let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room where school is in session. We have from St. John's, Bob Kelly, and the Chief Administrator of St. Paul's, Yvonne Inseong, joining us in the Zoom room. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Bob. Morning,
Good
Yvonne.
morning.
Hi. So how are you guys doing? You know, Yvonne, we haven't had you on. Bob has been on periodically, so I'm glad we're able to make this relationship because we know there's a big St. Paul's community out there, including one of our KUAM kids goes over at St. Paul's, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So good morning, Yvonne, and I guess we'll just start with you ladies first. What kind of update can you give us about just St. Paul's and how face-to-face has been managing, you know, obviously the COVID protocols for St. Paul's in Harmon?
Well, for us here at St. Paul Christian School, we've been handling it very well. I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. We've had challenges along the way as far as, you know, we get all of our guidance from DPHSS, so that's constantly changing. It's like a working document, right? So when they change, we adapt, we adjust. But I'd have to say that before all of this happened and the lockdown first started, you know, it was something we weren't prepared for. Just like the entire island, we weren't prepared for it. But when you dig deep, and I have to insert this because, you know, we're a Christian school. When you pray and you get guidance from above, it's from the Lord, it's like right in front of you. You had Google Classroom ready to go. You had Zoom available. And so it's like, we are no different from any school. We just had to open up our eyes and be like, okay, we're ready for this. And, you know, whatever came our way as far as the governor says, lock it down or open it back up, we had plan A, plan B, plan C. So we're just very grateful for how far we've made it, you know, in the school year and trying to make it normal for our students in the best way possible, but having our masks. Obviously, Bob and I are in our office, so we don't have to wear our masks.
Yeah.
But yes, that's the update that I could give you right now.
Bob, let's go over to you, and then I did have a question about DPHSS. So Bob, I know you've been on, but just if you could, the latest update with St. John's.
Sure, we're doing fine. Question, you know, we always, as Yvonne pointed out, you know, guiding seems like every other day there's a new DPHSS memo that comes out that changes something or modifies something this way or that way. No real changes to anything we've said in the past. We're still back fully face-to-face, although we have given the option for those kids below vaccinated age to be online if they want to. And we don't have a whole lot who have taken that option. So that's kind of interesting, how much people want to be back on campus. The kids need to be here. With the resumption of the sports programs, we had it's fun to watch that after school. Yesterday we had two high school soccer match and middle school basketball. We won both, by the way. My son is playing beach volleyball for another school since ours got cannibalized by our soccer team. So that's a fun element that's new now to watch all those games going on. And so that's kind of the biggest change we've had so far is a resumption of athletics. And, I do encourage all schools and all parents to pay attention to their league protocols, because the thing that drives my blood pressure up more than anything else is parents coming to fight with me about the IIAAG guidelines at the door to the contest. It's like, no, know in advance, get on the list. If you're not on the list, it's not my fault. Talk to somebody else.
Mm-hmm. So how is that working with the spectators? Are they allowed to come in, or do they have to be fully vaccinated? I'm not sure what the latest guidance is.
So with the IIAAG, I don't know about ESA. ESA, they had an article not so long ago, and they spelled things out. But with the IIAAG, schools can set their own protocols. There are some schools that have very small gyms, some schools that have large gyms. But yes, you need to be either vaccinated or have a negative test within the last week. And so the one of the interesting things that the schools have done, the IIAAG has done, is that they put that on the school. So my responsibility is, if my kids are playing at St. Paul, my list, I've already vetted my list for vaccinations or a negative test. So St. Paul's doesn't have to worry about that. So when I fax my list over, sorry, I'm old, email my list over to they've all been vetted already, so I don't have to worry about that. The only thing I have to worry about is the people of, I didn't know I had to be on the list.
Yeah. What about the school reopening plans and that provision regarding testing?
So that's kind of one of the things that is we're still kind of looking at. First of all, is we don't have the tests that DPHS says they will provide, so we haven't received those yet. So that's it's interesting because we're a school and we're not a medical clinic, and so this kind of creates an issue for us of exactly how many people we're going to test, how we need to create. I mean, we have about 520 students and we have one nurse. Testing all those kids means that I'm going to have to be trained, and then if the nurse and I are testing, that means something else is not happening. What about the kid who skinned his knee on the playground? What about the kid who, the other normal stuff that happens in the course of school day? So that's one thing we're still kind of trying to iron out with DPHSS. I mean, we do have a plan that we sent in, but we're still trying to see what happens on that. I don't know what Yvonne's got going on.
Yeah, Yvonne, what do you have going on, or in this case, maybe more appropriately, what do you have not going on?
I think she might be frozen. You're frozen, Yvonne. Yeah. And so, Bob, if you could kind of clarify. So, the testing plan, is that a mandate that it has to be done?
So, I'm trying to remember the exact wording. Pretty much. What they want is they want us to be able to test 10% of the student body within 90 days of our plan being implemented. So this is kind of the so it is. They say it's a mandate. So it's trying to. There are a couple of interesting elements of ways we're looking at trying to deal with that. But it is kind of an onerous task. I was talking with some other schools, and you start looking at how much they're asking of us. I don't have a problem necessarily with the screening testing, being able to identify and isolate those people who are asymptomatic. That's a valuable thing because the asymptomatic spread is probably the most dangerous, right? I mean, if I have a fever and a sore throat and I'm hacking, I'm not going to come to school. But if I feel fine, I'll show up here and then I unwittingly will then spread that. And, again, as one of the things that comes up frequently is how often do you have anybody who's not a teacher, even Yvonne and myself don't have this, how often do we have 85 to 120 people walk into your office and sit there for 45 minutes in the course of a day? So that's a lot of exposure for teachers, and that's a lot of exposure in the classroom. So that's so again, we a vested interest in trying to make sure we don't spread it even unwittingly. And then, the kid who's got an allergy but just thinks it has allergies and thinks it's just allergies comes to school, and it's that's what we're looking at. So I don't have necessarily a philosophical problem with screening testing. It's just the way it's been described creates kind of a little bit of an onerous task for our schools.
Yvonne, what are your thoughts on this? Because
I'm here now.
Okay, hi.
So at first, I just want to give a shout out to all the health counselors who really partner with us, and they've been, labeled as the COVID leader, liaison, or, and just to contact trace takes hours and hours to do. And so, right now we're not pressing the screening mandate here at St. Paul, but we tell the parents, if you would like to have your child tested, here's where you need to go. Because I know certain schools do have that option, but I know Department of Public Health is backed up already, and we're already helping them, trying to contact trace on our own and emailing the names to them so they can do their part. I think that's the best that we can do as far as helping them. But, we have a big population in our school of students who are 12 years old and above who are vaccinated. And so we just follow the guidelines, and you'll be surprised. Even the parents know the guidelines too. They quote the DPHSS, they quote the CDC. They say my child's fully vaccinated, they can go back to school. And we're like, okay, no problem. We just need to make sure there's clearance and we're good to go. So I'm like Bob too in his school. It's we're not doctors, but we're doing the best that we can. So, testing, either recommending them to test outside is the best that we could do for now.
Yeah, I hear that
but
a lot.
The guidelines kind of seem like, well, the schools have to be able to do this random testing, right? So that's why I was kind of wondering, how are you guys going to go about implementing that? I know GDOE, they've got all these test kits. They've got staff trained up on testing because they're obviously a larger school system. So I'm just wondering how you guys were going to be able to handle it. But it sounds like you don't even have the test kits?
So it's one of those things that we're kind of struggling. So yeah, there is a mandate for us to do it. The question is, so for example, DPHSS has not yet shared the test kits with us. So yeah, at this point, I'm like, well, okay, I don't have a test kit. There's not much I can do. As Yvonne pointed out, we also we encourage parents to, if they're interested, go get from someplace that is a medical.
Yeah.
The other thing, I just something for all the parents to bear in mind, and I'm going to speak for Yvonne, and I'm only 99% sure this is true, but neither Yvonne nor I are virologists or specialists in public health disease transmission. So I am relying on the scientists and the doctors that are hired by the island to give us that guidance. So as Yvonne said, when we have these parents coming and talking about their latest Google search that defies what DPHSS said, I'm sorry, my Google search and your Google search don't match up with Chima's expertise. and but again, it won't stop them from, saying, no. You see, it says right here that.
But Bob, I mean, I want to go back to what you guys had said, that, you guys are not doctors. St. John's, St. Paul's, last I checked, is not a medical clinic, right? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I hear this from other educators too, that, public health is tasking these schools with a public health job.
That is essentially true. The one thing I'd say in their defense is that, between St. Paul's and St. John's, we have a captive audience of somewhere around 1,300 kids. And so if you're looking for a place to try to start doing this, then that might be one thing. And then perhaps we talk to public health and say, okay, public health, send your team here. We'll give you, we can identify a place where you can do the testing. But it's, I was trained as an emergency medical technician something like 50 years ago. So, well, maybe not quite that long, but so I'm not sure what my medical expertise still is at the moment. But you're right. I mean, so the tests are not difficult to administer. There is a procedure, but then you start looking at, well, now I've got to put everything in the biohazard bag and drop it off at public health, and what's happening with that biohazard bag while it's in my trunk, and then so I mean, there are some interesting little concerns about that.
Let me ask you this, because it's a concern another educator, a couple actually shared with me over the weekend. But these guidances, right? You talk about how they come out with this guidance, and obviously we all know, what's the phrase, that it's rapidly evolving, this pandemic, and that causes public health to have to pivot and change stuff up, right? Undo things, maybe redo things. But is there enough follow through with you guys? Is there enough conversation when they come out with this guidance? Because it kind of seems like to me on our end, and we're even a media outlet, we get these guidances which are often in medicalese, and then we gotta turn into public health experts just to understand the thing. So does public health have a conversation with the schools saying, hey, this is what this means, and this is what we mean by this testing plan? Because when I talk to people who are in the education system, it kind of sounds like they're flying in the dark.
So there have been Zoom calls with the governor and with public health. They come up periodically, and particularly when there's some type of big pivot point going on in what's happening. And in which case we are invited to ask questions and things like that. Chima up at Public Health and other public health officials have willingly shared their phone numbers and their email addresses for us to contact them when we do have questions for further guidance. And like everybody's email, and it's sometimes they're more responsive than others. But they are available generally if we do have questions. Invariably there are questions, I would say, I guess. It's the best I can get.
That's a nice way to put it, Bob. Go ahead, Yvonne. Yeah.
I'll chime in. It's like they say, it's not who you know, it's who they know. So at the same time, like once we got our foot in with DPHSS, they visited us twice. They approved our plan. And once you get that green light and the feedback from them saying your school passed everything as far as COVID and being in compliance, you have that room to breathe because you're doing the right thing. So like I said, I mean, they've been in communication with us, and it took a while. I'm not going to lie. It took a while for them to get back to us, and we were wondering, are we doing the right thing? But once we got our foot in, it's like, okay, now we have an open door of communication. Like, it didn't have to be with Chima, but it was different people. So, and hats off to them. So, yes.
How much of this testing protocol and Bob, because what you said earlier is, you're saying like the nurse got to be trained, then you got to be trained, and then that means there are things that are normally getting done that are now not getting done. And all we're talking about now is, the loss of learning time. And this no doubt affects and impacts the learning time, right?
So, yeah, I mean, that's been under a constant barrage since about 1965. Everybody says, oh, can you add this into the curriculum? Can you add this in? Can you add this in? So mean, that's been something that we've been dealing with ever since whenever. So as you know, as of right now, because we don't have any of the testing kits with us, that's not been happening. In theory, it would after a while, because we've all been. I don't know about you guys, but we've all been through a testing situation every now and again, and it takes. In the best of worlds, it takes a half an hour. That kid's not in class for a half an hour, and so that's. And then, assuming how many kids you're testing at once and how many kids you're trying to juggle at the same time, that could also impact stuff. But that there is what you're talking about is everything that comes up all the time, whether it's some type of new initiative on this, that, or the other thing. It takes away time. I made the mistake of getting involved in a Facebook battle with somebody that I didn't know a couple of weeks back, and it was that they should put this into the school curriculum. And then I said, well, what should they take out? And then they said nothing. I'm like, well, you can't do that, right? It's not like we're sitting around teaching them nothing for an hour and we just stick something else in. But ultimately, this means that some kids are going to be out of school for a half an hour. Now, one kid out of school for a half an hour over the course of a quarter of school, how much you could make an argument about that cost versus the benefit of identifying a kid who is a asymptomatic carrier. It's every time something else comes up, it means, less time in English class.
If I could answer as well, the question is about how do you make sure the child is still learning, as far as when they're either being isolated in quarantine or they're getting tested. Well, assuming they're face-to-face students, that's when once that happens, they move to online. So our teachers they adjust right away. We email them, we notify them and say, hey, this child's going to be online. So please make sure you give them the Zoom link and make sure that learning is still in progress. Because like Bob and I, we're private school. We're private school. We have to make sure that, the kids learn either way, whether they're face-to-face or online or quarantine or whatnot, because we just, we're private school. We run on enrollment, tuition. So we need to make sure we provide those services.
Yeah. I wanted to ask, have you guys gotten any ESF money or any ARP money to help?
Well, yes and no. Big quick thing to understand is that they don't give us money; they give us stuff. And so that's and that's an important distinction, because a lot of parents will come in. Well, what about this money? Can't we just use it? So no. So we have to produce a request. We send it in, and so the answer is yes, sort of. We haven't received money, but we have received stuff. And so computers, plastic desk shields. Things like that, the water fountain things that fill from the top. I'm just trying to spin off some things that, at one point we had something like 5 budgets in play with the Federal Programs Office, who have been very good with all this stuff lately too. But so we had the normal regular consolidated grant budget. We had ESF1, we had ESF2, we had ARP. Trying to remember. So again, we don't get money, we get stuff, but yes, we have received. Yvonne also, I'm sure.
So the stuff is based on what you guys requested.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, PPE. We have all kinds of. We have masks and alcohol wipes and stuff. So we have received quite a bit of stuff.
What about like school supplies? Because I know GDOE had given each student a little bit of like a couple notebooks and whatever.
So we do have, I'm trying to remember exactly when the budgets came in for which one that was. There is some measure we did get one of school supplies. I'm not sure if we've actually received them yet, but I'm not the receiving guy either. So it's possible they're there, I just didn't see them coming. I don't know if Yvonne's received hers yet.
No, also it's the waiting period that I want to point out. They do provide us with stuff, but the waiting period is what's kind of the challenge. So, yeah.
And that's because of the procurement, I'm assuming, at least from what we heard on GDOE side, right?
Yeah.
Are you guys still waiting for any stuff?
Yes. We both are.
So is this? Is the wait? Is it such a long wait that do you end up going out and getting the stuff on your own, or you just like wait for it?
We get stuff on our own. Yes,
And,
if it's a necessity. Like for example, our Zoom microphones that we wanted to utilize for wireless microphones, we went out and we bought it on our own, and we didn't want to wait anymore. So each teacher has a microphone, so when they do their online classes, the kids are able to hear them clearly.
That makes a big difference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you don't have any tests, last question. If you don't have any tests at the school, what's the protocol when you or have a student who's maybe symptomatic and they need to be tested?
So we send them, we call their parents and we put them in an isolation room. We call the parents, we get the parents to come pick them up, and then they need a negative test to come back.
Once we get their results, for example, if it's positive, then we do our contact tracing from there. So what is close contact? Well, I'm glad you asked. So it's the front, back, and sides.
Yeah, northeast, southwest. That's what you look at the CD chart, go northeast, southwest, and start talking and working from there.
Yes.
Okay, so what is the school definition of close contact?
So again, back on my earlier statement of I'm not a virologist. I go with what CDC says. And so it's so what is it? It's within 5 feet for 15 minutes or more in a enclosed space, right? So I'm looking out my window here, it looks like first grade or kindergarten, their playground, right? So they're outside, they're running around, so they're not close contact by that definition because they're outside in a well-ventilated area running around.
Right.
But in a closed space, closer than 5 feet for 15 minutes total. So it's not just 15 minutes in a row. So if I'm 8 minutes in Yvonne's office and then I get summoned back to her office because she found out that I lied the first time, and then no, that would never happen. So that's what we go with.
Right on. Okay. Well, it's really good to check in with you guys. Very insightful.
Thanks. We appreciate the time.
Right
Thank
on.
you.
Yvonne, thank you. Let's be friends. Come back on anytime, okay?
Number.
Okay, good. Right on. Thank you, Bob. Okay.
God bless. Bye.
All right. Yeah, always great to get these different perspectives.
Yeah.
Especially St. Paul's. I know a lot of people that their kids go there. We haven't had them on.
Yeah, my son he was 4 years old, preschool there.
Wow.
And then I think kinder.
Yeah, but it's very interesting what they had said about this testing plan, because I want to say there's a deadline for it.
Well, they were all supposed to submit it. I can't remember the day, and then I think public health approves the plan by the end of the month.
At the end of the month. There you go. Right. Yeah. So that is interesting. Testing plan, but iodine, Todd's at tests. Yeah. 9:25. We're gonna take a quick break. And we're coming back and checking in with the Guam Youth Congress. We kind of made it a habit to fold in some of these,
future leaders.
Right. I mean, if you track who's been in the Youth Congress, I mean, basically everybody who's a senator has been in the Youth Congress. I mean, there's just been a cavalcade of cabinet level positions in many administrations where these people have cut their teeth in the Youth Congress. So
Roy Respicio, right?
Yeah, Roy Respicio, Carlo Branch.
Yeah.
Right.
Congressman St. Nicholas?
Congressman St. Nicholas, that's right.
Lieutenant Governor?
Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio?
Right? Was he?
Probably. It's probably. All right, so here we go. It's a glimpse into the future. Very wise woman once said, she sang it actually, I believe the children are the future. And they're coming up here. 9:26. Good morning. The link continues next.
Breast cancer is the second leading cause of cancer death in women. The chances that a woman will die of breast cancer is about 1 in 38. Although there is no sure way to prevent breast cancer, there are certain things that you can do, such as eat healthier and exercise. For more information about breast cancer, go to the American Cancer Society's website at cancer.org. Also, on October 22nd, we invite you to think pink by wearing the color pink on that day in solidarity of our breast cancer survivors and warriors.
This pink message is brought to you in partnership with Orda Dental Clinic. joining the fight against cancer in honor of brave warriors, survivors, and their families. Island Cancer Center and American Cancer Society.
Listen, watch, and learn from the daily Chamorro News updates from KUAM News. Catch them on The Link during the 8 o'clock hour, streaming online on Isla Radio, or on the KUAM News YouTube channel for your convenience. Tune in and stay informed, all while preserving our precious culture through the daily use of our native Chamorro language. Chamorro News updates are brought to you by your familia at First Hawaiian Bank. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With Money Map, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be. With Money Map from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
93.9 FM.
Hey, good morning. 9:30, Tuesday, October 19th, Pacific Points. IT&E Jack in the Box Cabo Enterprises proud to present this episode of The Link. Good morning. It's 9:31. Let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room where standing by we have from the Guam Youth Congress, the Committee Rules Chair, Representative Nolan Flores, and also Representative Kiana Yabut. Good morning. And Kiana, you are the Legislative Secretary?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So yeah, we normally get you guys on every once in a while to kind of catch us up on what are some of the issues that you guys are working on, but it kind of sounds like in our little prep talk before going live here that COVID is ruling the day even with the Guam Youth Congress.
Yeah, for sure. It's the last couple months we've had trouble getting quorums just because people have had a lot of concerns about being in person with COVID and everything. But we finally had a session last weekend after a while of not having session, and it was a very productive one. So yeah.
What was productive about it, Nolan?
Yeah, we actually passed a resolution that enables us to have online session or a hybrid session. So we'll gavel in at the legislative building, and then we switch everyone to the Zoom room, and that's where we can have sessions. So we're hoping that can help us meet quorum because, like Kiana said, it's been difficult with COVID with the rising cases. But thankfully, the CAR scores headed on its way down. So hopefully we're able to meet quorum more, and we won't need the hybrid session necessarily. Yeah, and aside from that, we had a bill that I sponsored to designate the Gausali as the official flower of Guam.
And I'm pretty sure that got a lot of support.
Yeah, unanimous support, and it was actually introduced in, I believe, 2 or 3 youth congresses before, and even spearheaded by Speaker Juan Pat in one of the 30th Guam legislatures.
Right, yeah. Let's go back to that COVID. So you're talking about a lot of members of the Youth Congress have concerns, right? As we're now, I mean, regardless of what the CAR score is doing, this is like week 13 of this surge where we've seen triple-digit cases, right? So what do your reps would kind of say? Because I'm curious that those sentiments aren't echoed by the adult legislature, right?
Yeah, I think a lot of the concern started when the Delta variant became very active in the island, and as school started going back, a lot of our representatives go to school, and so I think it's a little different because for our reps who go to school, me and Nolan go to UOG. There's just more opportunity for contracting COVID, and then having to intermingle with each other, like in the session hall, is again just another opportunity for that. But we're all trying to stay really safe. But for some of us, we just really can't shake not feeling safe from COVID. So I think that's where a lot of the concern comes from.
Nolan?
Yeah, I'm also really glad that our representatives as youth recognize that COVID-19, especially the Delta variant, is spreading more so among young people, and that from the pandemic start, we young people have played a big role in the spread of the virus. Like maybe less so contracting the virus and getting hospitalized, but really spreading the virus, like through social gatherings or what. So I'm glad that our representatives are kind of cognizant of that and understand their role in sort of preventing that, because no one wants to spread the virus, no one wants to contract the virus. So it's good that they have an awareness of that we have an awareness of that.
How does it feel, though, to be part of that guilty age demographic?
It's kind of like it's a weird thing, right? But I think, because I know a lot of the people in our age group, like the early 20s, like late teens, have really been being hit lately, but I think that's just a reality check for a lot of people, because it's like, oh, we're young, we're like immune, but that's clearly not the case, right? A lot of the people our age who get it often just like have a flu and then get over it, but even then, like you never want to be that person who gets COVID and then spreads it. And I think that's something that we've been trying to take care of in the Guam Youth Congress, like with introducing having a hybrid session. So yeah, it's a little bit of a weird thing, a weird age group to be in right now.
Yeah, it's also interesting because, like I said earlier, we're 13 weeks into this surge, and I think a lot of people have been waiting for some type of change in the COVID-19 response. So it's interesting that 13 weeks in, you guys are now talking about, hey, maybe we should go hybrid. What do you kind of make of that, though? Because it does seem like in some areas the COVID or the community, and we saw it with some of these chambers of commerce, they come out and they said, hey, man, things are pretty crazy. Can we go down to 50%? Or I think there was even a column recently where they had a bunch of different former chamber heads, and they were like, hey, we're all in this together. So it kind of seems like the community is trying to do extra relative to what mandates are actually in place. So just looking back over this 13 weeks, I mean, when you tally up the loss of lives, this transmission is nuts, right? The hospitalizations. Is there anything you guys as youth looking at this response feel like we could have done differently or better?
Nolan, do you want to chime in?
Sure. Well, I think public health, the governor, the administration have done a really good job at this. I think, they've really capitalized on our values as a people and that collectivist nature. And I think that's the important part. And I think that we wouldn't be in a situation like this if it wasn't for any other, or if it wasn't for the administration sort of foresight and need to really clamp down on the restrictions. I think that was a really important part that we got this, even in light of the COVID or the Delta variant. We got our numbers down when we had a pretty good period of no spike in cases, a pretty good period of no deaths, no hospitalizations. And I know the Delta variant threw us all for a loop, but I personally am really appreciative of the governor's response and just the community's ability to, I guess, respond in the same manner.
Kiana?
Yeah, I have to agree with Nolan. I think we were in a very good place, a couple months ago, which is why all the restrictions were lifted, and then the Delta variant came and kind of just kind of like ruined all our plans. But I feel like I should say something like, just because restrictions are lifted doesn't mean that you should let your guard down, and if you can stay home, then you definitely should stay home. So just because like all we're given a lot of these like privileges to go out and to, eat out maskless and stuff. That doesn't necessarily mean that the fight against the pandemic is over. So, if you can't stay home, definitely do. Always wear your mask, wash your hands. It's definitely not a lighter situation than it was, a year ago. And I think that's important for people to know.
Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty bad, actually.
Yeah, and I think despite, our lack of quorum in the past few weeks, we had a really productive, good start, like a really great start early in the term. So we got a bunch of bills passed. They were all sent to the legislature. Senator Shell's office has been really good about pushing them, getting them. We have upcoming public hearings for several bills, and I believe a bill.
Yeah, so I actually have some news from the Guam Youth Congress. Like Nolan said, in the beginning of the term, we were all very productive. You saw like this huge flood of bills come out, excuse me. And since then, we've slowed down, but I was recently given word that the period poverty bill that was introduced by Speaker Lorenzo, Representative Monica from AOLG, and myself could be heard on session floor in October. And the period poverty bill is essentially mandating that period products be given out to people, the kids in elementary, middle school, and in high school. So that's really exciting for us to hear. I think this is unprecedented. Yeah, we're really excited to see how Guam Youth Congress bills are heard on session floor, because it's something that hasn't really been done before.
We'll definitely look forward to that. And I mean, you said October, it's October 20th, so maybe we'll catch up before the end of the month with an update.
We have a public hearing this Thursday too, for two of our Youth Congress bills.
Where do people see these hearings at, Nolan?
Sure, yeah. So it's the legislature sponsoring the hearing. It's Senator Nelson's office. So the bills have already been introduced in the legislature. They can be found on YouTube. And then if anyone wants to testify, I know we have the charter school certification bill, and then the SHPO, the minimum qualifications for the SHPO bill, this Thursday at 5 p.m. So it's on Zoom.
Okay. Thank you, Kiana. Thank you, Nolan. Let's go. Take a break, guys. We're coming back with Kate Baltazar Dodge of the Payless Community Foundation about their micro grant availabilities. That's next right here on The Link. It's 9:41. Good morning.
Catch Sports Link on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday for the latest sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. Sports Link airs every Friday across the multi-platforms of KUAM. Tune in to the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live stream through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram page. Sports Link is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners. Listen, watch, and learn from the daily Chamorro news updates from KUAM News. Catch them on the link during the 8 o'clock hour, streaming online on Isla Radio, or on the KUAM News YouTube channel for your convenience. Tune in and stay informed, all while preserving our precious culture through the daily use of our native Chamorro language. Chamorro news updates are brought to you by your familia at First Hawaiian Bank.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on the link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapaco with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now. The Totomotna Tales. October on the KUAM Podcast Network.
Join KUAM every Wednesday on Primetime for Inside Business. It's our new weekly segment featuring the struggle of Guam's businesses during this global pandemic. We'll hear from industry leaders about the difficult decisions they were forced to make to implement cutoffs, layoffs, and shorten hours just to survive. It's the other side effect of COVID, the island's economic crisis. We'll also feature new businesses that managed to open and thrive during these challenging times. It's Inside Business every Wednesday on KUAM News Primetime.
KUAM TV has been on the air for 65 years. 65 years of growing, changing, and adapting to the needs of our local community. 65 years of making you smile, laugh, and cheer, and being there for you in times of tears and heartbreak, and learning to heal together. We've kept you on the edge of your seats, been a trusted source for you to turn to, weathered many storms together, and celebrated life's big moments. And now at 65, we celebrate all the firsts we brought you over the years, and all the firsts that lie ahead as our world changes. KUAM TV, celebrating 65 years of firsts on Guam.
But it's time for you to leave again. You know it hurts me every time. But I know you will return to me, baby. I hate to be alone tonight. Oh, but it's time for you to leave again. every time. Well, I know you will return to me, baby. I hate to be alone tonight. 'Cause how do you sleep after I'm gone? Baby, I need you now.
All right, welcome back to the show, everybody. We had the pleasure of having the lovely Kate Baltazar Dodge on the other day, talking about her podcast, which, by the way, you guys are making into a huge success. It's a wonderful show. Please check out One with Grief with Kate right now on the KOM Podcast Network, anywhere where podcasts can be found. And we bring Kate back into the Zoom room now. Different topic, different virtual background. I see you're rocking the Payless Supermarkets logo. Very, very nice.
Yes.
Product placement.
Up to date.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Of course. Got it.
Well, Payless,
Got it.
really
Lots of
good
stuff
company,
going
really
on.
good local values, and a really good program that you guys are coming out with these micro grants. So can you contextualize it a little bit, Kate, and tell us, like, you know, what the scope is, who is applicable, and more importantly, like, how can we take advantage of this?
Sure, absolutely. Thanks, everyone. Good morning, Chris, Bree, and Jason. Thanks for having me back. I love being on the link. And so the Payless Markets Community Foundation, PMCF, as we call it, has been around since 2006 for those who may not be aware. And so we've been giving charitable contributions to different aspects of the community. Environment, health, education, and in different ways. And I think most of the island supports us, and we're so thankful for that through Kick the Fat, which is our KTF, our 5K, 10K. And so the proceeds of that go to being able to give back to these charitable organizations. So the past couple of years, there's so much PMCF does. So I'm trying to, do it to where it makes sense. We also have done food drives of various natures. We've done the Feed the Hungry. We've contributed to mental health organizations. So this year we decided to focus on social services. And really what that means, Jay, is, we recognize that the brunt of these unprecedented times, there I said it, it's like, I know we hate that, right? We don't like to tease that, but it's like, if I have to hear that one more time, but it's true. I mean, they have really kept the fabric of our community together. Social services bridge that gap where government and private sector cannot, and they do it, graciously without missing a beat, as someone who has spent over a decade working in nonprofit social services, I can tell you that the days are gritty and long, but the work is so rewarding, when you're able to help to make people whole. So the Payless Markets Community Foundation is going to do $5,000 mini grants. That's the ceiling. The application period is open now. It opened on October 12th. The deadline is November 19th at 4 p.m. And we are doing, I know this is kind of not really with our times, but we're doing hand delivery to our corporate office for submission. We're doing that because we have had technological things going on before. And, normally as somebody who has dealt with federal grants now for like 25 years, there are different ways that you could submit it, and there are certainly more tech savvy ways, but we do understand that there are limitations, and some organizations may be limited in how they're able to submit their applications.
And you want to properly vet your applicants too. So I say, if you get a chance to see them and possibly, have a conversation face to face, you can get a better idea of how qualified they are, right?
Absolutely. And me, I like to see people. I like to get a sense of, who they are, what they're about, and kind of just and go from there. And so we're going to physically stamp received, like the olden days. their applications, and we will have a decision probably, I want to be very adventurous and say probably the second week of December.
That's a really good turnaround time.
Yeah,
And
the
I think
awarding-
speaks to the fact that you actually do want to help people in line with Payless's, corporate mission to give back and everything. I mean, it would be one thing if you said, okay, apply for this grant, we'll get back to you in, 8 to 12 weeks. It's another thing to say, if you do qualify, we want to make sure that you can get the assistance that you have proven to us that you do need as expeditiously as possible.
Right. We'll get back to you, and we'll definitely have an answer of who the awardees are by December. We're going to go through the holidays and do the Kick the Fat, which I'm going to do a plug for right now too.
Sure.
Kick the Fat is going to be February 15th. Yeah. So it's going to be virtual again this year, Jay and team, because obviously we don't want 2,000 people, gathering at, Chamorro Village or anything like that. So it's going to be a virtual run. We're going to map out the course again. If you want to use our course, you can use whatever, the fancy doodads that the runners have now that track like their GPS, like where they ran and how long and stuff. I'm going to tell you that last year I did my running in place in a swimming pool. So
that's cool.
Yeah,
and I'm sure you took a really, really good nap after that, Kate, because that is not easy. Kudos to you.
Yeah, no. I was in sort of like a kiddie pool, and I was getting ready to have surgery, so I didn't want to be like out in the sun and tired and exhausted. I was literally going to have surgery like in a couple days, but I still needed to complete my race and be a good example for everybody. So that's what I did. I literally we just did this staycay, and I was in this pool with my kids, and I'm like, okay, you guys just go play. Mommy's going to put her little pedometer thing on and run. So I literally ran in place in a pool.
Please tell me there's an Instagram video of that somewhere, Kate, that we can check out and share.
I think my husband took video because he's like, wow, honey, what are you doing? I'm like, oh, I'm doing my KTF. I'm doing my Kick the Fat. And he's like, alrighty, all right.
Some people call it wonderful family memories. Other people will call it potential blackmail somewhere down the line. But it's all good.
Yeah, so that's the kind of fun you can have too when it's like virtual, right? You can make it what you want, as long as you meet the 5K or 10K, have at it, I'm gonna say though, I really miss those days because I volunteered at 10,000, 5Ks, getting up at like 3 a.m. And I love to see people like in their tutus, and like dressed up in costumes and stuff. And so I really miss that. And I hope that we can get back to that one day. But Kick the Fat 2022 is going to be virtual again. Mm-hmm. We're going to have our virtual wellness festival, but instead of doing one day of like 10 hours of content, we're going to do something, Rose Calvo, our registered dietitian who's on the team, she's going to make it so that it's sort of spread out because it's a hard commitment, to have people like log in and tune in for, 8 hours. So it'll be like snippets of really useful content. So we're super excited about that. And we hope that people will find value in that and that they'll register for KTF because this is exactly where it's going to. It's going to get turned around and the proceeds will go right back into the mini grants.
Well, yeah, speaking of, what is your contact information, social media handles, website URLs, email addresses, what have you, and everything, if people would like to get, involved with or find out more about the programs that you're sponsoring?
Absolutely. Thanks, Jay. So you can go to our website, which is paylessfoundation.com. You can download the application and guidelines there. You can email us, foundation@paylessmarkets.com. We're on Facebook and Instagram, Payless Foundation, or you could just search up Kick the Fat. You can add us, and any of those things. We're also doing a Zoom virtual grant application workshop, which is optional.
That's cool.
If you feel like you're pretty confident, awesome, we love it. If you need help, our amazing board member, Claire Camacho, is going to do one on October 29th at 9 a.m. and it's going to be via Zoom. So if you're interested in that and you need some help, we're here for it. Just email me, Kate BD, at paylessmarkets.com, or you can email foundation@paylessmarkets.com to register. Just give us your name and contact information, email and contact number, and then we'll send you the Zoom link to
That's
hop in.
wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah.
And I know it's not Payless's official, like corporate slogan or tagline or anything like that, but Payless has your back.
I love it. We do. We absolutely do.
That's,
and
that's,
we know
that's
that-
copyright 2021, the link.
That's copyrighted.
We'll have our people talk to your people and we'll work it out. Yeah.
Okay,
Semantics.
all right. Sounds like a plan.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, Kate. And again, congratulations on the podcast. Please, everybody, check that out. It's a wonderful show. Kate's really put a lot into it. You're really going to get something out of it, as you will with all of Payless, the community foundations. They're a wonderful initiative. Get involved because they are really doing great things for our island community. Thank you, Kate, once again. You're always welcome here,
Thank you so much, Link family. Be safe, and we'll talk soon.
All right, you got your own virtual parking space here at KUM. You know that.
I love it.
All right, bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye, Kate.
It's 9:58. Guys, you go by Burger King on Chicken Fries Friday and you say, I love, love, love chicken fries. Order one, they're going to give you another one just like that.
I think I need some more gusto with that, Chris. You can do better than that.
I can.
You got to give me something better.
Okay, so I'm going to give you Magodai love.
Ah.
So you line up. Hey, can I get an order of chicken fries? Sure, Mr. Chris, they're coming right up. Oh, yeah, hold on. I love, love, love the chicken fries. Oh!
Wow.
Yeah, like that. They
That's
probably give me two.
That's some Teddy Pendergrass
That's
stuff.
like, I love it. Oh! It's like they think you're mad, but no, I'm just like, like,
Here, take some onion rings too. God bless you.
Guys, give me one of Whoppers. Hurry.
Call somebody about that. Remember what Eddie Murphy used to say? Teddy Pendergrass?
Yeah.
You got what I need.
All right.
The women would be like, okay.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to leave you with Cover Me. KUM TV, it's been great. Love you guys. Be safe. Hasta adios.
See you tomorrow.
And we're back. Again, Cover Me brought to you by Burger King and our friends at Docomo Pacific. Good job today, Bree.
Good job.
Good job, Jay. Really good job.
Fun show, guys.
Yeah,
Always.
good times. It's Tuesday, October 19th. Link fam. My name is Chris. Hasta adios.
Bye.
Sometimes I feel the fear of uncertainty stinging clear, and I can't help but ask myself how much I let the fear take the wheel and steer. It's driven me before and seems to have a vague haunting mass appeal, but lately I'm beginning to find that I should be the one behind the wheel. Whatever tomorrow brings, I'll be there with open arms and open eyes, yeah. Whatever tomorrow brings, I'll be there. I'll be there if I decide to waver my chance to be one of the high. Will I choose water over wine and hold my own and drive? Yeah, 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 yeah. It's driven me before and seems to be the way that everyone gets around. But lately I'm beginning to find that when I drive, the light is found. Whatever Would you choose water over wine? Hold the wheel and drive. Whatever tomorrow brings, I'll be there. With open arms and open eyes, yeah. Whatever tomorrow